It looks like Mr. Hill is present. The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Dylan Andrew Hill, case number 21 FB 1677.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Reiser appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Robert J. Kill on behalf of Dylan Hill. Dylan, would you state your name for the record?
Dylan Hill.
Your Honor, today's time day for preliminary exam. I've had a chance to speak with Dylan. There's some further discovery that's going to be happening in the next couple of days. Dylan, I'm going to come down this afternoon. So we're asking this to be adjourned for 30 days to get this other discovery done. And I'll explain that when I come down to see you, okay?
Okay.
And that's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Kilowald and I spoke Friday and then again yesterday, and I emailed your staff to say that we'd be requesting an adjournment. We don't have an objection to that.
And you're requesting a 30-day adjournment?
I think
Yes.
3 weeks would be sufficient.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Ms. Reiser?
I think 3 weeks would be sufficient.
Well, the best we have is August 31st.
I have a trial starting on August 30th, but I don't know what order we're in front of Judge Brown.
September 14th would be the next one.
Does the 31st work for you, Bob?
It's fine if it's at 9 o'clock.
So that's a go?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you. August 31st, 2021 at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dylan, I'll be down there this afternoon, Dylan.
We'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I can't hear you, Heather. All right, could I see counsel on the Quintero Dunes matter? I want to talk to him about the interpreter's request. Jeremy Williams, please. I will call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jeremy Williams, case number 21F20681, as well as 21F20796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Tana, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people.
Good morning. Do you know who the defense attorney is on this matter, Ms. Tanner?
I don't remember, but I can look it up. It is-
I'm sorry, Anna, what case was called?
Jeremy Williams.
Is it something I can cover since it's a short matter?
Yes, we're unable to proceed on that one.
Okay, well, I'll sit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is the date and time set for a preliminary examination via Zoom. And upon last check and checking in with my victim advocate, it appears we are unable to proceed at this point.
Anna Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Williams, who appears by Zoom. We respectfully request that this matter be dismissed without prejudice.
The people being unable to proceed, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Mr. Williams, do you understand that the dismissal this morning is without prejudice, meaning that if the people are able to proceed at a later date and time, they could reauthorize this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, that means all charges are dismissed.
Yes, all charges will be dismissed with respect to this. And then if this is only matter holding you, then you can be released.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
So basically, I'm free to go.
If this is the only thing holding you, correct. That is correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome.
Will I get paperwork on this matter?
I believe the jail will give you something indicating that it's dismissed.
Okay, so far I've only seen like one thing of paperwork.
All right, I don't control that part of it, sir.
Hey, Your Honor, they're busy. They're extremely busy.
All right, any other short matters? If not, we're gonna start an exam.
Mr. Trace Hickenbottom.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Oh, go ahead.
Trace Hickenbottom will be pleading to a misdemeanor. So I believe we're ready to go on that.
And
I have Yarso Pfeiffer. I would just need to confirm with Ms. Tanha if we're ready to proceed.
And Your Honor, I can check on Pfeiffer here momentarily. And as far as Mr. Hickenbottom, I don't have the plea form filled out yet, but if you're on the record, and then I can send the plea form in, we could do that. Otherwise, I need a brief moment just to do the plea form.
all right, I'll give you a moment to do the plea form so that we can get
Thank
that and I can have it signed.
Your Honor,
Yes.
from the jail, would you prefer Curtis or Swope first?
Actually, I'm not ready for either one of those two yet. The one that has been discussed that a little bit is Swope, but I'm not sure. It depends on when the parties tell me they're ready to proceed. So, exams are a little different than a standard docket where I can call it on my own accord. I have to wait till the parties either tell me that they're ready or that it's going to be dismissed. So,
Yes,
Yeah, I'll just-
we are ready on that one, Your Honor. I'm sorry, the swoop matter, I did place that in the chat that we were ready for the examination in that matter.
okay, if that's going to be an exam, it's going to come after the interpreter exam. So we're doing that one first.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll step away.
Okay, yeah, because it's going to be a minute before we can start that one. Okay, the swope.
We'll stand by then.
All right, thank you. Hickenbottom is going to be a plea. Are you coming into the courtroom on Hickenbottom? Because if that's going to be a plea, he's in custody.
Yes, I was just going to ask if that one's in person. I believe it must be. So
Yes, it is.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be in there momentarily.
All right, thank you.
Hello?
Good morning, ma'am. We can hear you. Please remute yourself until your case or whatever matter you're on is called.
Thank you.
Yes, you're for the swoop matter. I'm being told it will be a while. So if you needed to step away for a moment, that'll be fine.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Good morning, Ms. Tanner. Can you pick him up? All right, we need you to, yes. Can you hear? No.
You're gonna have to speak up quite a bit more. Get the mask on, unfortunately, I apologize.
In exchange for my client's pleaded guilty to the added count for 1 year misdemeanor. Domestic violence aggravated. The prosecution will dismiss count two. Murder and domestic violence aggravated sentence.
So it's an added count 3. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We just dropped the notice.
Yeah, that would be a lot smoother.
What's useful. We'll be pleading to come to with the dismissal of the second piece of
Thank you. All right, so just so the record is clear, it would be a dismissal of the second offense notice. He would be pleading guilty to count 2, domestic violence aggravated, which is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum of 1 year in the Washington County Jail and or $1,000 plus court costs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's our understanding.
All right, thank you.
For the record, I know.
There are no sentencing agreements? Okay, thank you. All right, sir, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. It's my understanding that you're going to be pleading as we just indicated. Is that what you wish to do today, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, has your client signed an advice of rights? Do you need to modify the plea form? You can just modify it on that one that he has there, and we'll use that if you cross it out, Ms. Tanner. Yes. Okay.
Make it comments on next. She said it's another short matter. I don't know if it's a plea adjournment or unable to proceed on it, but.
Mhm. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. The court is in receipt of both the motion and stipulation with the plea agreement form as well as the advice of rights. So I just witnessed your attorney go over with you the advice of rights on this particular form. And these are the rights that you're going to be giving up today with the exception of your attorney. You'll keep your attorney through the sentencing phase. So I'm going to go over them with you just briefly to make sure that we have a clear record here, sir. Do you understand? Right, you have a right to have, so today's the day and time scheduled for preliminary examination. If you so chose, we could proceed with preliminary examination today. It is my understanding you're entering into this plea, so as a result, you will not be having a trial by jury and you will not so what you have is the right to call witnesses to speak for your trial and get an order signed by the court to require them to come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial and to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent. If you chose not to be a witness for yourself, then the prosecutor could not comment on that. You also have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights, sir? You understand you're giving up all those rights? You'll not have an automatic right to appeal this. Do you understand that, sir? All right, if you're on probation or parole, but you're in custody right now, so I imagine that you're still on parole. This could be considered a violation of that. You understand that? Is that a yes? All right, thank you. And if there are any immigration consequences, are there any immigration consequences that we need to be concerned about? All right, thank you. All right, sir. As to the charge of domestic violence aggravated, how do you plead, sir? All right. Let's go to the date of offense with respect to this matter. On the date of somewhere between December 1st of 2020 and December 25th of 2020, what did you do that makes you think you're guilty of assaulting Jaleisha McGee? What did you do? Did you hit her? Did you strangle her? What did you hit her? And was Ms. McGee a resident of your household or you were living each other at the time? Okay. And as a result of you hitting her, did she suffer some aggravated injury? She had a busted lip. Ms. Tanha, are you satisfied?
Yes,
All right. Mr. Brown. All right, thank you. All right, the court finds that there's a factual basis for the plea and it has been knowingly and willingly made. Count 1 will be dismissed. As to sentencing, We can't pick you up still, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry.
None of my clients has been incarcerated on this matter since January since the Department of Corrections.
Ms. Tanha,
Oh, I'm sorry, towards the sentencing, so they can crash.
I believe it is a victim's rights matter, and as a result, I think I do have to set sentencing out. It would be on August 30th, so that's kind of where we are. Is the victim present? Okay, thank you. All right. So the sentencing in this matter is going to be on August 30th, 2021 at 11 a.m. And that's going to be before Judge Tabby.
This can be by Zoom, this is not happening.
Yes, it can be via Zoom. I can put via Zoom on the form so that they know. Thank you. Well, we'll continue otherwise. Thank you.
Yeah.
Court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Yarcel Keon Pfeiffer, 21 FB 1663.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. First Assistant Public Defender Kalina Anderson with and on behalf of Mr. Pfeiffer, who's present.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson. Hello, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Good morning.
This is the date.
And Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
This is the day and time set for a preliminary information briefing, Your Honor, and I'll go on able to proceed.
Shannon
Move to
Perry.
dismiss.
All right, thank you. Based on the prosecutor being unable to proceed, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Mr. Pfeiffer, that means that this matter is dismissed. It is without prejudice, meaning if they are able to proceed at a later date, they could reauthorize this matter. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, there's another in-person matter set, it's me on Kitchener. That will be a plea and we'll be able to call that to court ready before we start.
All right, who's the attorney with the Kistner matter?
This is your Robert, who's right outside of the day.
Yes, we could, if we can do that quickly. Are you talking to me?
Can you ask me to confirm Mr. Curtis because Ms. Anderson needs a breakout room in.
Good morning, sir. Has your client filled out an advice of rights form?
I believe we submitted one quite some time ago via email to the court when they had asked for one. We did it through DocuSign, but she'd be happy to sign one at the end of the day to require.
I don't see it in the file, so yes, I'm gonna have to ask you to sign another one, please.
Not a problem.
All right, the court will call the case of Mian Armando Kishner, case number 21 FB 1500.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Joseph Arado, on behalf of Ryan Kitchener, who's present this morning in your honorable courtroom and standing to my left. Mr. Kitchener, would you please state your name for the record? Good morning, my name is Ryan Kitchener.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
All right.
This is the date and time for preliminary examination. However, we have reached a resolution in this matter. The petitioner has accepted people's offer to plead no contest to count 3 domestic violence of the 93-day misdemeanor and or $500 fine. He also agreed to obtain his CPL my understanding from speaking to his counsel is that he is eligible to obtain that and become legal when he's carrying out a gun. He's also agreed to attend parenting classes. With a successful plea to that count 3, we will move to dismiss counts 1, 2, and 4. Other than what was stated on the record, there are no sentencing agreements. There will be no diversion or third offer.
Is that a correct statement of the plea?
That is a correct statement. The understanding is that that's probation, correct?
Well, it have to be recommended by the first department for consent investigation, but that would be part of the parenting class that I think would be part of it.
Yes, that is understanding.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. If you could sign that form and pass it up here, that would be great. Will there be a plea form forthcoming, Ms. Tanha?
No, Your Honor, as is plain to something that I stated, we would want to amend the counts. If the court would like us to fill out forms of added conditions, I can, but generally speaking.
All right, thank you. All right, the court is in receipt of your advice of rights form, and I'm going to go over some of those rights with you, just the more important ones to highlight them today, sir. There's been a plea stated on the record. Is that your understanding of the plea, sir? Is that a yes? All right, is that what you're choosing to do today, sir?
Yes.
All right. Did I swear you in?
I'm sorry.
Did I swear you in already? All right, thank you. All right, with respect to this matter, sir, you have the right to have a trial by jury and to have the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to call witnesses to speak for your trial, and you can get an order signed by this court to require that they come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial, and you could be a witness for yourself, or you could choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, the prosecutor cannot comment on that. You have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand all those rights, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you'll be giving up all those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have an automatic right to appeal this matter. You understand that, sir? In addition to that, if you're on probation or parole, this could be considered a violation of that. Do you understand that?
Can you repeat that?
If you're on probation or parole, this plea could be considered a violation of your probation or your parole. Do you understand that part? Okay. And are there any immigration consequences that we need to be concerned about? All right, has anyone forced you to plead guilty here today? Anyone threatening you in any way? All right, to the to the charge of domestic violence, how do you plead, sir? All right, is there a police report or something if he's pleading no contest? All right, what's the basis for the no contest plea, counselor?
Civil liability, Your Honor.
All right, I find that that is a factual basis for no contest. So do you understand what no contest means? All right, so this court, although you're pleading no contest, you're not saying you did it, you're not gonna say you didn't do it, but the court is gonna treat you like you did do it. You understand that? All right, thank you. Any objection to me reviewing this report, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. The court is reviewing case report number 21-0019-071. All right, I've reviewed this report. It appears from this report that Mr. Kitchener and several other people were at a location looks like Merritt and Stony Creek Road in Ypsilanti Township when there was some altercation regarding their mutual daughter, Miss Erica Richards, and someone tried to drive off with the child in the car. There was a pursuit. And at some point in time, it appears that Mr. Meehan pulled a handgun and pointed it at Erica, who is the mother of his child. Is that?
That's not what happened, Your Honor. Not that didn't happen with Ms. Richards, and that's. I would object to having that on the record. that it's not relevant to the plea. And that isn't what happened in the police report. Respectfully, Your Honor.
Come to us or portion of the report that you wish the judge to consider
Um,
or the plea.
Yeah, if that's okay.
That's fine. I'm reading from a statement from Ms. Christina Morgan. That's fine. I'm reading from a statement from Ms. Christina Morgan in this report.
I understand.
Which section would you like for me to take into consideration?
Your Honor, on page 10 out of 12, bottom left-hand corner. Erica Richards, who Mr. Kitchener has a child in common. So you can state that about the middle of the page. The middle of that section where it says Erica stated she was at. That's sufficient enough for the charge that's being led to. Since it is Erica Richards' child in common.
All right, so Erica stated there was an argument over custody that started in the bedroom. Erica stated that Mia began grabbing her arms near the biceps and shoulder area. And the officer observed a bruise on her right bicep.
I think that's sufficient enough, Your Honor, for the police report to establish the factual basis for the charge.
All right, Ms. Tanha. Thank you.
Just to make it clear, let's strike that from the record about the gun.
I don't know that it gets stricken, sir, but I will not consider that as a part of the plea here today. All right, thank you. All right, sentencing will be before me on September 16th at 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Bond will continue.
Your Honor, is that over Zoom or in person?
It is over Zoom.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful to meet you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you as well. Yes, ma'am.
Brian has it.
I wouldn't have it approved. Court will call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jamie Louise Quintero Dunes. Case number 21 FB 1567.
El tribunal llama el caso del pueblo del estado de Michigan versus Jaime Luis Quintero Dueñas, caso número 21 FB 1567.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marie Tanja, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the people.
Buenos días, su señoría María Tenja, su fiscal estatal para el pueblo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Quintero.
Buenos días, su señoría Joy Gaines, defensora pública primera, representando al señor Quintero.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue. Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm that you will interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your abilities, ma'am?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Quintero Dunes,
Señor Quintero Dueñas.
Sí.
I need to
Yes.
I need to confirm that you can hear everything that we're saying and that you are able to see and hear all the witnesses properly.
Debo confirmar que usted puede ver y escuchar todo lo que estamos diciendo y que usted pueda ver bien a los testigos.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, it's my understanding that we have a preliminary examination that is going to be held today.
Bueno, tengo entendido que tenemos audiencia preliminar que se va a hacer hoy día.
Sí.
Yes,
Counsel,
abogado.
All right. People are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
El pueblo está listo, su señoría.
all right.
Your Honor, we would call our first witness, Ms. Yum Alcoya.
Su señoría, llamamos a nuestro primer testigo, la señora Yu Mekoya.
Present.
Presente.
Ms. Okoya, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Señora Koya, hace la mano derecha, por favor, para hacer el juramento.
Safety Access Center in Part 1 for you, safety Part 1.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes.
You may lower your hand.
¿Usted jura, afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad, señora? Sí. Baje la mano.
Ms. Alcoya, I'm going to be asking you some questions about something that happened on March 19th till March 20th of 2021.
Señora Koya, le voy a hacer preguntas acerca de algo que sucedió desde el 19 de marzo hasta el 20 de marzo del año 2021.
Okay.
Where were you living on those dates? What was your address?
¿Dónde vivía
1090.
usted en esas direcciones? ¿Cuál era su dirección?
1093 Bordstrom Avenue, Ypsilanti, Michigan, 48198.
En 93 Bordstrom, Avenida Bordstrom en Ypsilanti, Michigan, 48198.
Is that Washington County?
Eso queda en el condado Washington. Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Before we talk about what happened, do you know somebody by the name of Jamie Quintero Duenas?
Antes de hablar de lo que pasó, ¿usted conoce a alguien que se llama Jaime Quintero Dueñas?
Yes.
Sí.
And do you see him on your screen today in this virtual courtroom?
Y usted ve a él en la pantalla hoy, en esa sala de justicia virtual.
I don't see him currently, but I did, if you're asking right now, but yes, I did see him in the courtroom when
No
his
lo
screen
veo.
popped up.
No lo veo actualmente, si está preguntando de ahora mismo, pero sí lo vi en la sala virtual cuando salió la pantalla de él.
Ms. Okoye, if you're on your phone, you may need to swipe or scroll to see other people that has. Could you please do so?
Señora Alcoya, si es que está en el teléfono, tal vez usted tiene que hacer rodar las imágenes para ver a las demás personas. ¿Puede hacer eso, por favor?
Yes, and I just did, and I saw him in the court, or I saw his window.
Sí, acabo de hacer eso, sí vi la ventana de él.
Is there a label on his window or box here on Zoom?
Hay una etiqueta en la ventana, el cuadro de él en Zoom.
If you mean the name, I do see his name below his window.
Si es que usted se refiere al nombre de él, sí veo el nombre de él ahí en la pantalla de él.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Su señoría que conste en actas que la testigo ha identificado al acusado. Bueno.
Ms. Gaines.
Señora Gaines.
No objection, Your Honor.
No hay objeción, su señoría.
The record should so reflect.
Que conste en actas.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Ms. Okoye, how do you know Mr. Quintero Duenas?
Señora Alcoya, ¿usted cómo conoce al señor Quintero Dueñas?
Oh, we had a relationship together for almost 3 years now.
Tenemos en relación juntos durante casi 3 años ya.
Has that relationship ended?
¿Ha terminado esa relación?
Yes.
Sí.
Ms. Okoye, I would like you to tell the court what happened on the night of March 19th and into the morning of March 20th.
Señora Alcoya, quisiera que usted diga al tribunal qué sucedió la noche del 19 de marzo pasando a la madrugada del 20 de marzo.
Jaime and I had an argument that escalated. He wanted to leave. Before he left the home, he left me with his gold chains and his rings.
Jaime y yo tuvimos una discusión. Se puso peor. A él quería salir. Antes de salir, él me dejó a mí con sus cadenas y manías de oro.
Mm-hmm. He left those because he believed that's what I always wanted from him, but that's not the point. He left the house. Shut the. Oh.
Él dejó esas cosas porque él creía que yo siempre eso quería de él, pero eso no es el punto. Él salió de la casa.
Mm-hmm. He left the house. I shut the door. He came back, locked the door actually. He came back, knocked on the door. I let him in.
Él salió de la casa, yo cerré la puerta, de hecho puse llave a la puerta, él volvió a tocar la puerta, yo dejé que él entrara.
When he came in, he had his gun in his hand and he pushed me into the corner, put the gun to my neck and told me to give him back his gold chains.
Él cuando entró tenía el arma de fuego en su mano, él entró, me apuntó el arma de fuego a mi cuello, me dijo que devolviera las cadenas.
Mm-hmm. I was able to reach for my phone, which was on the stairs, which is right by my door.
Yo pude alcanzar mi teléfono que estaba en la grada, que está justo al lado de mi puerta.
Objection, Your Honor. Narration, I mean.
Objeción, su señorías, narración.
Your Honor, I have no problem asking more questions. I would ask for some leeway letting the victim narrate, though, as it makes it easier for interpretation.
Su señoría, no tengo problema en hacer más preguntas, pero pido un poco de flexibilidad en la narración de la víctima porque hace que sea más fácil la interpretación.
As to the objection, I do not find that it is narrative quite yet. So if you could try to be a little bit more, I guess, choppy in your questions so that the interpreter would more easily interpret, that would help.
De la objeción no veo yo que llegue al nivel de narración todavía, pero tal vez si es que usted podría ser tal vez un poco más corta en las preguntas para ayudar a la interpretación, eso sería útil.
Ms. Alcoya, you mentioned your phone. Were you able to get a hold of your phone?
Yes.
Señor Alcoya, usted mencionó el teléfono. ¿Usted sí pudo agarrar el teléfono?
Yes.
Sí.
And were you able to call law enforcement?
¿Y usted sí pudo llamar a las autoridades?
Yes.
Sí.
Ms. Alcoya, could you describe the gun Mr. Quintero Duenas used on you?
Señora Alcoya, ¿usted puede describir el arma de fuego que el señor Quintero Dueñas usó en contra de usted?
Yes, it's a black gun, and I believe it's a 9mm. That's the type of gun I believe it is, and it was just a black, I don't know how you call that, like a handheld gun.
Sí, es arma de fuego negra y creo que es de 9mm, creo que ese tipo de arma es negra y no sé cómo se llamará, pero es arma corta de mano.
And did he say anything when he had that gun against your neck?
Y él dijo algo cuando él tenía esa arma en contra de su cuello.
Yes, give me back my chains. The ones that he had just given me prior to leaving.
Sí, devuélveme mis cadenas, las que él me acabó de dar antes de irse.
And Ms. Alcoya, what was going through your mind when he had the gun against your neck?
Y señor Alcoya, ¿qué pasaba por la mente de usted cuando él tenía el arma en contra de su cuello?
Objection,
This can't be
relevance.
Objeción, relevancia.
Should I respond?
I'm sorry, I did not understand. I didn't hear the objection clearly.
Relevance.
Thank you.
Disculpen, escuché bien la objeción. Relevancia. Gracias.
Ms. Tenha.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it goes to the element for the felonious assault with a dangerous weapon, whether she had a fear or belief that she was under imminent threat.
Señora Tenha, gracias. Su señoría tiene que ver con el elemento de agresión mayor con arma peligroso, si es que ella tenía miedo o creía que estaba en riesgo inminente.
I will allow the question, objection overruled.
Permito la pregunta. Denegada la objeción.
Ms. Alcoya, you may answer.
Responde, señora Alcoya.
I mean, it was disbelief. My first thought was this can't be happening. And in that moment, I didn't know if that was my last moment or not. So it was a moment of disbelief.
Yo era que no podía creer. Mi primer pensamiento era que eso no está sucediendo. En ese momento, yo no sabía si es que iba a ser mi último momento en la vida o no. Estaba sin poder creer.
Ms. Alcoya, what did Mr. Quintero Duenas do after he had the gun against your neck?
Señora Alcoya, ¿qué hizo el señor Quintero Dueñas después de tener él el arma de fuego en contra de su cuello?
Well, in the corner where I was, my phone was right there near me. And when I reached for my phone, he just fled. He left. He left the house.
Bueno, en el rincón donde yo estaba cerca mi teléfono. Cuando yo alcancé mi teléfono, él se fue, se echó a correr, salió de la casa.
Alcoya, did, sorry, one moment.
Señora, un momento.
When you spoke to officers, did you tell them what had happened?
Cuando usted habló con los policías, usted les dijo lo que había pasado.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you see or do you know how Mr. Quintero Duenas left that scene?
¿Usted vio, usted sabe cómo el señor Quintero Dueñas salió del lugar?
Yes.
Sí.
And how did he leave?
¿Y cómo salió él?
In his truck, the Ford F-150 that he has.
En su camioneta, un Ford F-150 que él tiene.
And did you give that description to officers?
¿Usted dio esa descripción a los policías?
Yes.
Sí.
Thank you. No further questions at this point.
Gracias, no tengo más preguntas en este momento.
Ms. Gaines, your witness.
Su testigo, señora Gaines.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría.
So ma'am, you indicated that this that there was an argument that evening. Was that on March 19th?
Bueno, señor, usted indicó que hubo una discusión esa noche, eso sí, la 19 de marzo.
If March 19th is the day that I called the police for what happened, because I don't know the date exactly right now off the top of my head, but yes, the day I called the police and the incident I described is the day that Jaime and I were arguing.
Si es que el 19 de marzo es el día que yo llamé a la policía de lo que había pasado, porque no recuerdo la fecha exacta, no tengo así en memoria, pero sí, si es que ese es el día que yo llamé, sí, ese fue el día que tuve la discusión con Jaime.
Isn't it correct that the argument started because you were concerned about a message that he received on his cell phone?
No es cierto que la discusión comenzó porque usted estaba preocupada de un mensaje que él recibió en su celular.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Objeción, su señoría, no estoy segura cómo será relevante eso.
Response.
Your Honor, if I could have a little leeway, it would go to motive and credibility in terms of the witness's testimony.
Señoría, si es que puedo, si me permite un poco de flexibilidad, tiene que ver con motivo y credibilidad del testimonio de la testigo.
The objections overruled.
Denegada la objeción.
You may proceed, Ms. Gaines.
Puede proceder, señora Gaines.
Do you recall the question, ma'am?
¿Recuerda la pregunta? ¿Recuerda la pregunta, señora? Sí, recuerdo la pregunta.
Yeah, it started regarding something that I did see in his telephone, yes.
Sí, comenzó acerca de algo que sí vi en su teléfono celular. Sí.
And based on what you saw on the telephone, you were concerned that Mr. Quintero was not being faithful to the relationship. Is that correct?
Y basado en lo que usted vio en el teléfono, usted estaba preocupada de que el señor Quintero no estaba siendo fiel en la relación, ¿correcto?
I would not say that. I would say it was more about dishonesty.
Yo no diría eso. Yo diría que más se trataba de la falta de honestidad.
So you were concerned that Mr. Quintero was not being honest with you in the relationship.
Así que usted estaba preocupada de que el señor Quintero no estaba siendo honesto con usted en la relación.
Yes.
Sí.
And isn't it correct that for that there was a break, for lack of a better word, in the argument. There was a period of time where the two of you were not arguing.
Y no es cierto que hubo un descanso, por decirlo así, en la discusión, que hubo un momento que no estaban discutiendo ustedes.
Yes.
Sí.
The argument, however, resumed because you continued to be concerned about his honesty with you in the relationship. Is that correct?
No obstante, la discusión comenzó otra vez porque usted seguía preocupada de la honestidad de él en la relación, ¿no es correcto?
I don't think I would phrase it that way. We were in a relationship and I was trying to talk to my significant other and have a conversation.
Yo no creo que yo diría de esa manera. Estamos en una relación y yo trataba de hablar de las cosas con mi pareja, de tener conversación.
However, Mr. Quintero denied being dishonest within the relationship. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. No, I'm sorry.
Pero el señor Quintero negó haber faltado honestidad en la relación, ¿no es correcto? Objeción, su señoría.
Your Honor, I am going to object. Again, at this point, I don't see how delving into this any further would be relevant if it was to get at questioning the victim's credibility. I believe she has answered all the questions. And we're also getting into hearsay.
Su señoría, tengo objeción. No creo que avanzar más con esas preguntas será relevante. La credibilidad de la testigo ya respondió a todas las preguntas y en este momento ya estamos metiéndonos en el testimonio de referencia.
Your Honor, I would indicate, first of all, that in terms of the statements that that my client made, that those would not be hearsay. And even if they are, that the statements would go to the witness's state of mind in terms of how she felt and her motives continuing in terms of subsequently calling the police in this matter.
Su señoría, yo diría, número uno, que la declaración atribuida a mi cliente no sería de referencia, aunque lo fuera. La declaración tendría que ver con el estado de mente de la testigo, cómo sentía ella en ese momento y más tarde al llamar a la policía.
Your Honor, if I may, it actually would be hearsay because he's not a party opponent when counsel is asking the questions.
Su señoría, si me permite, sí sería de referencia porque no es una parte oponente en el momento en el momento del cual se está haciendo las preguntas.
Also, any further questions if they're for the purposes of the victim's state of mind, unless they relate to the assault charge, I don't see how it would be relevant. An argument, if counsel wants to make it into an argument later on, then that'd be fine. I wouldn't have an objection, but any further questions at this point, I don't feel are appropriate.
También más preguntas para la víctima acerca de eso, acerca de su estado de mente, no creo que sea relevante a menos que tenga que ver con el cargo de agresión. Y si es que más tarde quiere hacer para argumento de eso, no tengo objeción, pero creo que en este momento no son apropiadas.
Your Honor, if I could add one thing, certainly as to the rule of completeness with regard to the complainant's statement that when Mr. Quintero threw, I think those were her exact words, the jewelry at her, that he thought that was all that she wanted, that this would be, in terms of the rule of completeness, what was happening and how this incident evolved.
All right, thank you, counselors.
Su señoría, una cosa más. De acuerdo con la regla de tener las cosas completas, la declaración completa de la denunciante de que el señor Quintero votó, como ella dijo, las joyas acerca de él, dice que solo eso quería ella. Eso tiene que ver con el estado de mente, lo que ella quería y acerca de lo que pasó posteriormente. Gracias, abogados.
Thank you. I see that there are two objections here. One is as to relevance and two as to hearsay.
Veo que hay dos objeciones. La primera de relevancia, la segunda de testimonio de referencia.
As to relevance, I find that this line of questioning is relevant in that it leads up to the incident for which we are here today. It is all part of the same incident. And so whether you're looking at it as a rule of completeness or as to the facts surrounding this incident, I find it to be relevant.
Y de relevancia, para mí, las preguntas son relevantes porque todos tienen que ver con el incidente por el cual estamos aquí hoy día. Todos son del mismo incidente, así que ya sea de la regla de tener las cosas completas u otro motivo, sí determino que son relevantes.
Furthermore, as to the issue of hearsay, I agree with the prosecutor that statements made by the defendant are hearsay when the question is by the defense.
Además, el asunto del testimonio de referencia, estoy de acuerdo con la fiscal que las preguntas acerca de lo que ha dicho el acusado sí es de referencia cuando viene de la defensa.
However, I believe that the defense's argument is that they're not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather to determine state of mind, which could go to credibility, and for those reasons, I will allow it.
No obstante, de acuerdo con el argumento, la defensa, que las preguntas no tienen que ver con la veracidad, sino del estado de mente de la denunciante, por eso permito.
May I continue on?
Yes, you may.
Continúo, si puede.
Ma'am, do you need me to repeat the question?
Señora, repito la pregunta.
Yes, the last one, please.
Sí, la última, sí, por favor.
Isn't it correct that he denied the dishonesty of what you were accusing him?
No es cierto que él negó que había sido deshonesto él de lo que usted le estaba acusando.
No, he did not deny. He neither confirmed and just, I don't know if I want to use the word gaslighting, but you know, if everyone understands that, but no, he never gave me a clear no, neither a clear yes.
No, él no negó, tampoco confirmó, solamente no sé si es apropiado usar la palabra hacer de gasfitería, si es que conocen ese término, pero no me dio un no claro ni tampoco confirmó, no.
And this lack of clarity in his answer actually caused you to be more upset, isn't that correct?
Y la falta de claridad en la respuesta de él hizo que usted se molestara más, ¿no es cierto?
I don't really understand what you mean by more upset. I was trying to have a conversation with him and trying to get to a point of understanding.
No sé a qué se refiere con que me molestara más. Yo trataba de tener conversación con él, de llegar a un punto de mejor comprensión. Entonces.
And you previously described the argument as escalating, is that correct?
Usted previamente describió que la discusión se estaba poniendo peor, ¿correcto?
If we are talking about the fact that it ended with a gun at my neck, yes, it clearly escalated.
Es que estamos hablando del hecho que terminó con él con arma de fuego en mi cuello, sí, está claro que se puso peor.
So when you said that it escalated before he left the home, that's incorrect?
Así que cuando usted dijo que se puso peor antes de que él saliera del hogar, ¿no es correcto eso?
He left the home without us finishing the conversation. So him giving me the chains before he left seemed like a termination of the relationship. So it was no longer a conversation.
Él salió de la casa sin que terminamos la conversación, dio las cadenas antes de salir de la casa, así que como que parecía que se había terminado la relación.
Isn't it correct that after this, these dates in March, that you continue to try to contact Mr. Quintero?
¿No es cierto que después de esas fechas en marzo que usted siguió tratando de comunicarse con el señor Quintero?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objeción, su señoría.
I'm not sure how what Ms. Okoya may or may have done after this date is any way relevant to the likelihood that Quintero Duenas committed this assault.
No sé si el hecho de que la señora Eloy haya tratado de comunicarse o no después de la fecha, ¿qué relevancia tiene con la probabilidad de que el señor Quintero Dueñas cometió esta agresión?
Actually, I did not contact him.
Ms. Okoya, wait till the judge rules.
Espere que decida la señora, la juez, señora Okoya.
Ms. Gaines, response, please.
Después, la señora Gaines.
Your Honor, this would continue to go towards the complainant's state of mind. In particular, given some questions I am going to ask about her statements towards him not responding to her.
Su señoría tendría que ver también con el estado de mente de la denunciante, sobre todo con preguntas que voy a tener sobre lo que ella ha dicho a él, de que él no respondía a ella.
Her state of mind as to what,
And
counsel?
her credibility, I apologize.
¿Estado de mente de qué, abogada? De su credibilidad, disculpe.
I'll allow the questions for credibility purposes. Ms. Gaines, please get to the actual meat of the question, please.
Permito las preguntas para la credibilidad, señora Gaines. Por favor, vaya al meollo de las preguntas.
I respond.
¿Puedo responder?
Yes, ma'am, you may respond.
Sí, señora, responda.
Actually, I went no contact after he left. We did not have any contact. I blocked him on every number, WhatsApp, social media. And 2 weeks later, apparently his passport had arrived in Michigan. He had to come back for his passport. I know this because he called me from a different number and told me that he was going to wait outside of my house if I didn't talk to him because he wanted to see me when he had come back from Maine.
Wait,
And
excuse me, wait. De hecho, yo no tuve contacto de él. Yo tuve nada de contacto con él después de que él saliera. Yo bloqueé en todos los números, en WhatsApp, en los medios sociales. Y de hecho, después llegó su pasaporte a Michigan y había llegado el pasaporte. Él me llamó porque estaba fuera de la casa.
yeah. So he was the one who found a way to contact me. And at the point where he was found in Maine was because when I was speaking with the police officers, the police officer had asked me to make contact with him so I could find out where he was in Maine so that, you know, the police could find him there.
Y él es que hizo contacto conmigo y de hecho él encontró la manera de comunicarse conmigo y de hecho cuando él fue encontrado en Maine fue la policía que me pidió que yo me comunicara con él para saber en dónde él estaba en Maine, así que fue por la policía que me comuniqué con él.
Isn't it correct that you texted Mr. Quinteros asking him why is he continuing to ignore you?
¿No es cierto que usted mandó un texto, señor Quintero, preguntando a él por qué él sigue ignorando a usted?
I'm not sure in what context or when what text you're referring to, but there was conversations, as I mentioned, because the police had asked me to contact him and I was hesitant about that. I'm not sure when this text was, what text you're referring to.
No sé en cuál contexto o a cuál texto usted está refiriendo, pero sí hubo contacto porque la policía me pidió que hiciera contacto con él y no tengo mis dudas de qué texto ha sido porque no sé cuándo ha sido ni cuál texto ha sido.
Isn't it correct that you kept asking him, didn't he love you? And if he did, why wasn't he responding to you?
No es cierto que usted le preguntaba si es que él no quería a usted, y si es que lo quería usted porque no se estaba comunicando con usted.
Your Honor,
I don't know how to answer this question.
I'm sorry, one moment. Can we please have Ms. Gaines maybe clarify what day or time, just for the record, but also for the witnesses' benefit to know what we're talking about as far as when the messages were supposedly sent.
Disculpe, ¿podemos hacer que la señora Gaines clarifique en qué día o de qué mensajes estamos hablando para beneficio del testigo, para que ella pueda pensar en cuándo se ha mandado o cuál texto se ha mandado?
Ms. Gaines, which time frame are you referring to?
In April and May of 2021.
Señora Gaines, ¿a qué tiempo se está haciendo referencia? ¿En abril o en mayo del año 2021?
Ms. Okoha?
So as I said before, I'm not sure in what context these were. As I said, for certain, and I have actually, as I spoke to the prosecutor before, screenshots of, his contacting me when he's not supposed to contact me. So him and I obviously were going through this case. When I was trying to find out where he was in Maine, I felt that he was hesitant to tell me because I felt he knew there was a reason that I wanted to know where he was there with this case pending. So I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Como dije, no sé de qué contexto será con certeza, pero como yo había dicho a la fiscal, yo tenía grabaciones de que él trataba de hacer contacto conmigo. Obviamente, él y yo estamos en medio de este caso y yo estaba tratando de saber en dónde él se encontraba en Maine y él estaba con dudas de decirme.
Isn't it correct that as part of these texts in April and May, you indicated to Mr. Quintero that as a result of him not responding to you, that he would be incarcerated?
No es cierto que como parte de sus textos en abril y mayo entre usted y el señor Quintero, que usted dijo que como consecuencia de él no responder a usted que él iba a salir encarcelado?
No, because to be honest, I didn't really want to go forward with this.
No, porque para decir la verdad, realmente yo no quería salir adelante con esto.
And isn't it correct that you also indicated to Mr. Quintero that that because he was not responding to you, you were going to go forward with this so that he could be deported?
Y no es cierto que ya que el señor Quintero que usted dijo al señor Quintero que por él no responder a usted, que usted iba a salir adelante con esto para que él saliera deportado.
No, I'm here because, as I had just said, that I didn't want to go forward with this, but if you're questioning me in terms of me contacting him, I am able to stay away from him. He is not able to stay away from me. He's not able to keep no contact. He's not able to not show up at my work, nor show up at my home. So the only way to ensure that he will stay away from me is to face the consequences of what happens. And that's why I'm going forward.
Let's let the interpreter, ma'am. We have an
No,
interpreter.
estoy aquí yo porque él no es que yo no pueda tener contacto con él. Yo sí soy capaz de no tener contacto con él, de alejarme de él. Él es que no puede alejarse de mí. Él es que no puede dejar de contactarse conmigo Él no puede dejar de irse a mi trabajo ni a mi casa, así que esa es la única manera de alejarme, de que él se aleje de mí, que él enfrente las consecuencias.
You may finish.
Termine.
Oh, I mean, so yes, if the concern here is about me contacting him, it's my concern is that he can't stay away from me.
Entonces, sí, si es que la inquietud es que yo me comunique con él, mi inquietud es que él no puede dejar de comunicarse conmigo.
So am I to understand you to say that you would not object to a plea that would allow Mr. Quintero to continue to remain in the United States?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Si es que le entiendo bien, usted no tiene objeción a una declaración permitiendo que el señor Quintero se quede en los Estados Unidos. Objeción, su señoría.
Your Honor, I don't feel it's appropriate to bring up any plea negotiations that may or may not have taken place, and it's certainly not this witness's decision how a plea is offered, entered, or what happens with Mr. Quintero doing this.
Su señoría, no creo que sea apropiado hablar de una negociación por la declaración que haya sucedido, y ese testigo no tiene nada que ver con la oferta de una declaración, que se haga declaración o cómo se hace la declaración.
To put that on her is unfair and it's improper.
Poner eso en ella no es justo y no es correcto.
Mr. Gaines.
Señora Gaines.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't interrupt you. So I'm not clear what is improper, but it still, this line of questioning goes in line with what I had indicated in terms of her credibility and her reasons for pursuing this.
Su señoría, no está claro para mí qué es lo que no es correcto, pero mis preguntas tienen que ver con lo que yo había dicho, de la credibilidad y lo que ella ha querido.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Voy a aceptar la objeción. Gracias.
Does this mean I respond to the question?
¿Respondo la pregunta entonces? No.
No. Ms. Gaines, next question, please.
Siguiente
That's my
pregunta,
last.
señora Gaines. Última.
That's my last question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mi última pregunta. Gracias, su señoría.
Any follow-up, Ms. Tanha?
Algo de seguimiento, señora Tanja.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
En breve, su señoría.
Ms. Elkoya, how come you didn't want to proceed this case initially?
Señora Alcoya, ¿por qué usted al principio no quería continuar con este caso?
I don't want to ruin Jaime's life.
Ms. Alcoa, please.
Oh.
Ms. Tanha, I'm gonna just sort of warn you that if you go down in this line of questioning, then Ms. Gaines' question may become very relevant.
Señora Tanja, quiero advertir a usted si es que usted sigue con ese tipo de preguntas, que las preguntas de la señora Gaines tal vez se vuelvan muy relevantes.
Your Honor, I just wanted to follow up on the initial question that we did allow in, which led to her saying that she initially didn't want to. I will keep it brief to a yes or no question, so I'll rephrase.
Señoría, no más quería hacer seguimiento de una pregunta inicial que sí se permitió de lo que, porque no quería seguir. Voy a mantener breve, sí o no.
Elkoya, were you concerned that there may be consequences? You know what? I'm not gonna ask the question. I think that's safer, Your Honor.
Señora Alcoya, usted estaba preocupada de posibles consecuencias. Ya sabe que su señoría retiro la pregunta.
Any additional questions, Ms. Tanha?
¿Alguna pregunta más, señora Tanja?
Just one, Your Honor.
Una nomás, su señoría.
Ms. Elkoya, were you or are you still concerned with Mr. Quintero Duenas following court orders to leave you alone?
Señora Alcoya, ¿ha estado usted preocupada por el señor Quintero Duenas de cumplir con las órdenes del tribunal de dejar a usted en paz?
No.
No.
You're not concerned that he might not leave you alone?
¿No está preocupada de que tal vez no la deje en paz?
With the case at this moment, no.
Con el caso en este momento, no.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Nothing further from this witness. No.
Nada más con ese testigo.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Ms. Gaines, based on her last question?
¿Alguna pregunta más, señora Gaines, basada en la pregunta última?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
No,
thank you.
gracias, su señoría, gracias.
Thank you. Next witness, please, Ms. Tenha.
Gracias. Siguiente testigo, señora Tanja.
Your Honor, people call Deputy Blackwell next.
Su señoría, el pueblo llama a Policía Blackwell. Siguiente.
Deputy Blackwell, thank you so much, Ms. Alcoa, for your testimony today. May this witness be excused.
Policía Blackwell, muchas gracias por su testimonio hoy día, señora Alcoa. ¿Puede irse a la testigo?
No objection from the people, Your Honor.
No hay objeción del pueblo, su señoría.
All right, Ms. Alcoa, you may be excused. You can leave if you want. If you want to stay on the line, you're free to do that as well. Okay, ma'am?
Puede irse, señora Alcoa. Puede seguir en la línea si quiere irse también está bien. ¿Sí quiere, señora?
Deputy Blackwell, are you present, sir?
Está presente,
Yes, Your
Policía Blackwell. Sí, su señoría.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Hace su mano derecha para hacer el juramento, por favor.
Yeah.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Usted jura firme
I do.
la verdad completa y nada más que la verdad. Sí, juro.
I do.
Sí, juro.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Tenha.
Gracias. Procede, señora Tanja.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but would it be possible for Deputy Blackwell to participate with his camera on in some fashion?
He's on a phone.
I am over the cell phone.
Disculpe, su señoría, ¿sería posible que el policía Blackwell participe con su cámara prendida? Está por teléfono. Sí, estoy por teléfono.
Do you have the ability to join us by Zoom, Deputy Blackwell?
¿Usted puede participar por Zoom, policía Blackwell?
Currently at this time, no.
En este momento no.
Are you objecting to him proceeding by Zoom, Ms. Gaines?
¿Tiene
I mean,
objeción que él proceda por Zoom, abogada Gaines?
by telephone?
¿Por teléfono? Sí, su señoría.
You said yes, you are? And the basis for your objection, please.
Que sí, y el fundamento de su objeción.
Your Honor, without the ability for myself and my client to see him, it violates my client's right to confrontation for this hearing.
Su señoría, sin habilidad que yo y mi cliente pueda ver a él, viola el derecho de mi cliente de afrontar a testigos en esta audiencia.
Your Honor, I can get on that Zoom call. It would just take me a moment.
Su señoría, puede hacer la llamada por Zoom. Me voy a demorar un ratito.
All right, thank you.
Bueno,
We'll
gracias.
pass this matter and handle some short matters if we have any, while he connects via Zoom. Do we have any short matters?
Tenemos alguna audiencia breve para hacer esto mientras.
All right, counselors, are there any matters that are short? Are you ready on the Curtis matter?
Your Honor, I would need a brief breakout room on the Curtis matter and then
Okay,
the breakout room.
all right. And I think that the deputy may be back shortly, so that may not be possible. Why don't we give her a breakout room so we can see? Mr. Brown, do we know what's going to happen on the Scott matter?
Your Honor, I expect that it will proceed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we were just kicked out of the breakout room. We need a little bit more time if we could.
We need to resume the actual exam. So
Okay.
he's back already. All right.
Podemos regresar a la audiencia preliminar, ya volvió.
I'm sorry, Miss Angelina Berry, if you could mute and turn your video off, you and I will go back into a breakout room after we're done with this exam.
Back on the record in the Jamie Louise Quintero Dunez matter.
Otra vez en actos en el caso de Jaime Quintero Dueñas.
21 FB 1567.
21 FB 1567.
Marie Tanhoff for the record.
María Tanja para las actas.
Deputy Blackwell, could you please tell the court where you're employed?
Policía Blackwell, por favor, diga tribunal en donde trabaja.
Washington County Sheriff's Office, Your Honor.
Con el Departamento de Sheriff del Condado de Washington, su señoría.
And what is your position there?
Deputy Sheriff.
¿Y cuál es su puesto ahí? Sheriff asistente.
And were you working on the evening of March 19th into the morning of March 20th, 2021?
Usted estaba trabajando la noche del 19 de marzo hasta la madrugada del 20 de marzo del año 2021.
Yes, Your Honor, I was working on March 19th of the incident.
Sí, su señor trabajaba el 19 de marzo, noche del incidente.
And were you dispatched to 1093 Borgstrom Street in Ypsilanti, Michigan?
Y usted
Yes,
acudió a la 1093 Bergson Street en Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Yes,
Sí,
Your
su
Honor.
señor. Sí, su señoría.
Is that Washington County, State of Michigan, Ypsilanti Township?
Eso queda en el condado Washtenaw, estado de Michigan, en el Ypsilanti Township.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
And what was the call out to that address in reference to?
En
was
referencia de qué fue la llamada a esa dirección.
It was in reference to a domestic violence call. Dispatch advised that there was a female caller screaming the address and stated someone was trying to shoot her. The caller was later identified as young Mohammed Alkioyo.
Fue una llamada de violencia doméstica. Los del centro de llamadas hizo referencia a que había una mujer gritando su dirección. Dice que alguien estaba tratando de disparar a ella. Y más tarde supimos un nombre que era señora Alcoya.
And when you arrived at the scene, were you able to observe Miss Alcoya?
Cuando usted llegó al lugar, usted pudo ver a la señora Alcoya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
And could you please describe her demeanor for the court?
Usted puede describir su conducta para el tribunal.
Yes, Your Honor. She appeared very distressed of the whole entire situation. When I was talking to her on scene, she stated that the suspect was no longer on scene, but she was still in distress of what the incident occurred with the gun being pointed at her.
Sí, su señoría, ella parecía estar muy estresada por la situación. Cuando yo llegué al lugar, ella se veía muy estresada por lo que había sido, lo que se había apuntado un arma de fuego a ella. Estaba estresada.
And was she able to describe the gun to you?
Ella pudo describir el arma a usted.
Yes, Your Honor. She described it as a black handgun, 9mm of sorts.
Sí, su señoría describió como arma de fuego de mano, arma negra, de 9 milímetros, de ese tipo.
And did you have a suspect in mind after speaking with the victim?
¿Y usted tenía en mente un sospechoso después de hablar con la víctima?
Yes, Your Honor. She said it was a boyfriend of hers for about 2.5 years, a Jamie Cortinez.
Sí, su señora que era novio de ella durante unos 2 años y medio, un Jaime Cortínez.
And what efforts did you take, if any, to locate Mr. Quintero Duenas?
¿Y qué esfuerzo hizo usted, si es que usó alguno, para encontrar al señor Quintero Dueñas?
While talking to you, man, Your Honor, I was asking if she could describe how did he leave, if he went on a vehicle or fled on foot. She described to me that he fled in his F-150 truck, gray in color. She also described it to have ladders in the back bed of it to better locate the vehicle. While talking to her, Yemen advised me that he just used her credit card at a Seneca gas station.
Objection, hearsay.
Al hablar con Yemen, mire que ella dijo que él había ido en su camioneta, que se fue él en su camioneta F-150 de color gris, que tenía escaleras en la cama para mejor identificar, y que ella avisó que él había usado su tarjeta de crédito en gasolinera Sunoco. Objeción.
Your Honor, this is not offered for the truth of the matter. It is offered for its effect on the listener and how he proceeded with his investigation.
Su señoría, eso no se ofrece por la veracidad, sino el efecto en el que estaba escuchando y el cómo percibió la situación.
I will receive it for the effect only and not for the truth of the matter.
Recibo nomás por el efecto y no de la veracidad.
Thank you.
Well, actually, let me rephrase that. I'll receive it to determine what he did next. Is that where you're going with this, Ms. Tana?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bueno, recibo para determinar qué es lo que él hizo después. ¿A eso va, señora Tanja? Sí, su señoría.
You may proceed.
Proceda.
At this time, Your Honor, I had other deputies as well as who were on the call, Deputy Porter and Deputy Van Dusen, check the surrounding area for the vehicle, as well as check the Seneca gas station where she said the credit card was used, and search for the vehicle that Mr. Jamie was in and able to locate him. At that time, Your Honor.
Excuse me. En ese momento yo hice que otros policías que estaban en el área que chequearan por el vehículo de él tratando de encontrar y que revisaron la gasolinera de Sunoco donde se usó la tarjeta de crédito para encontrar a Jaime.
And Deputy Blackwell, was anyone able to locate Mr. Quintero Duenas at that location?
Y policía Blackwell, ¿alguien pudo encontrar al señor Quintero Duenas en ese lugar?
We were unable to locate him at all.
No pudimos encontrarlo de ninguna manera.
Deputy Blackwell, was Mr. Quintero Duenas eventually located?
Policía Blackwell, eventualmente sí encontraron al señor Quintero Dueñas.
Yes, he was.
Sí, sí fue.
Where was he located?
¿En dónde encontraron a él?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Objeción, relevancia.
Response.
Your Honor, it's relevant because it goes to fleeing actions of any sort would be relevant to make it more likely that he committed this assault. It goes to his guilt in the matter.
Relevancia, responda. Su señor es relevante porque tiene que ver con acciones de huida. Relevancia porque hace que parezca más probable que él cometió esta agresión.
Objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Denega la objeción, proceda.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Your Honor, will I be proceeding with answering the question or with the current?
Su señoría, ¿responde la pregunta o?
If you could proceed, if you remember the question, if not, I can repeat.
Si puede responder si es que recuerda la pregunta.
Yes, so our detective, Lieutenant Morocco, also aided in this investigation. Jamie was taken into custody in Portland, Maine. His vehicle was...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Su señoría, el detective Morocco, quien también ayudó en la investigación, con su ayuda se detuvo a Jaime en Portland, Maine. Objeción, su señoría.
Response.
Respuesta.
Yeah, this is all part of the implied knowledge among officers as they're trying to locate a suspect in felonious assault situations.
Su señoría, todo eso es parte de policías tratando de encontrar a un sospechoso de agresión mayor en esta situación.
Objection is sustained.
Se acepta la objeción.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Le da un momento a su señoría.
No further questions at this point, Your Honor. Thank you.
No tengo más preguntas en este momento. Gracias.
Ms. Gaines, any questions?
¿Alguna pregunta, abogada Gaines?
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Blackwell, other than the statement of the complainant, did you have any other information to corroborate this incident?
Gracias, su señoría. Policía Blackwell, aparte de lo que manifestó la denunciante, ¿usted tenía más información para confirmar esta denuncia? ¿Esta información?
Yes, the evidence would be the handgun that was used in this incident. She described it as a 9mm handgun. At that time, when we apprehended him in Portland, Maine, he had the handgun in his F-150 truck, described to be a 9mm handgun, black in color. It was recovered as evidence as a 9mm black handgun in color.
Sí, esa sería la arma de fuego que dijo que se había usado, arma de fuego de 9mm, cuando él fue parado en Portland, Maine. Se descubrió dentro de su camioneta F-150 una arma de fuego de color negro de 9mm, que se aceptó como evidencia.
If I could rephrase my question so that it would be clearer for you. Other than Miss, I don't want to mispronounce her name. I don't want to do that. But other than her statement, do you have anything else to corroborate that the incident actually occurred?
Voy a hacer la pregunta de otra manera para que quede más clara. Aparte de lo que, no quiero decir más su apellido, pero aparte de lo que dijo la denunciante, ¿usted tiene algo más de lo que ha dicho para verificar que sucedió la incidencia?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as asked and answered. Clearly, finding the weapon that was used in an assault with a dangerous weapon would be evidence corroborating.
Su señoría, voy a hacer gestión, ya respondió. Está claro que encontró la arma, que se impute que ha usado una agresión, sí es responder la pregunta, evidencia.
With respect to the objection as to asked and answered, I believe that he did answer at least a portion of the question. Ms. Gaines, I'm going to ask that you rephrase the question to determine whether there's anything additional.
Con respecto a la pregunta de que si es que ya se respondió, sí creo que respondió a una porción de la pregunta. Señora Gaines, pido que usted haga la otra pregunta, que haga la pregunta de otra manera.
Did you interview any other witnesses that indicated that that Mr. Quinteros held a gun to the complainant?
¿Usted entrevistó a algún testigo más para determinar que el señor Quintero Dueñas apuntó a arma de fuego a la denunciante?
No.
Do you have any photographs? I apologize. Do you have any photographs of Mr. Quintero holding a gun to the complainant?
¿Tiene usted fotografía del señor Quinteros teniendo arma de fuego apuntada a la denunciante?
No.
Do you have any video recordings?
¿Tiene alguna filmación?
No.
Do you have any other people besides her that have indicated that this incident happened?
¿Tiene alguna persona más aparte de ella que indica que este incidente sucedió?
No.
Thank you, Deputy Blackwell.
Gracias, Policía Blackwell.
Is that the end of your questioning, Ms. Gaines?
Terminó sus
Yes,
preguntas, abogada Gaines. Sí, gracias.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. You were talking at the same time.
Yes, thank you.
No escuché la respuesta, hablaban al mismo tiempo. Que sí, gracias.
Any redirect, Ms. Tenha, based on those questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta nueva, señora Tanja, basada en esas preguntas? No, su señoría, gracias.
May this witness be excused.
Puede irse testigo.
No objection from the people, Your Honor.
No objeción del pueblo, su señoría.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objeción, su señoría.
Any further witnesses, Ms. Tenha?
¿Algún testigo más, señora Tanja?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
Any witnesses from the defense?
¿Algún testigo de la defensa?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, gracias, su señoría.
Is there a motion, Ms. Tenha?
Hay moción.
Yes, Your Honor, I would motion for bind over on the felony count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon or felonious assault. And I
Su
would,
señoría, pido consignación de cargo 1, agresión mayor con arma mortal.
ask that count 2, which is a misdemeanor, follow.
Y pido que cargo 2, que es delito menor, que es delito menor, que siga también.
Response?
Respuesta.
Your Honor, we object to the bind over. We would ask that the court find that the prosecutor has not met its burden of proof of probable cause and dismiss this case.
Su señoría, tenemos objeción a la consignación. Pedimos que el tribunal determine que la fiscal no cumplió con la medida de la prueba de motivo fundado y que descarte el caso.
Thank you. The court has heard testimony today that indicates that Mr. Quintero Dunez actually pulled a weapon and held it to the throat of the complaining witness in this case. There is a probable cause to find that a crime was committed of assault with a dangerous weapon and that he committed it. And this matter will be bound over to the circuit court.
Gracias. El tribunal escuchó testimonio el día de que el señor Quintero Dueñas sacó arma peligrosa apuntando la garganta de la denunciante del caso. El tribunal determina que sea motivo fundado para creer que se cometió delito y que fue cometido por el acusado. El caso queda consignado al tribunal de circuito.
To acknowledge receipt of the information and waive formal reading thereof.
¿Reconocen recibo del acta de acusación y renuncian lectura formal de la misma?
Yes, thank you.
Sí, gracias.
How's your plan stand or plead today, Ms. Gaines?
El cliente, ¿cómo se declaró hoy día, señora Gaines?
At this time, he would stand mute and ask for a pretrial.
En este momento, él guarda silencio y pide conferencia previo juicio.
All right. The court will enter a plea of standing mute as to counts 1 and 2, because count 2 will be bound over as a tag along. And pretrial will be set before Judge Conkey.
En este momento, el tribunal registra declaración de permanecer en silencio del cargo 1 y el cargo 2, que es un cargo acompañante. En este momento, la conferencia previo juicio se programará ante el juez Conkey.
September 14th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.
El 14 de septiembre de 2021 a la 1:30.
Unless there is any objection, bond will continue.
Sin objeciones, se continúa la fianza.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We will give you your breakout room back, Ms. Tanha.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, what is the plan with respect to Mr. Swoop's case? Mr.
Your Honor,
Quintero?
we're just waiting on the court to let us know when we can proceed.
All right. We are going to proceed with an exam. Are you ready, Ms. Gaines?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Well, okay. Ms. Anderson, it's my understanding that you're gonna need to speak with Mr. Curtis once Ms. Tanhai comes out of the breakout room. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I think we're gonna have to switch him out in order to start the swope matter. And we'll try to take a break so that you can continue the conversation with him at an appropriate time.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Curtis, please let the jail know that they need to bring in Mr. Swope.
It'll be just a moment.
Thank you so much.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm sorry, I was out of the loop doing 2 other courts. What can I do for you?
Can we get Mr. Swope, please?
Yep, give me a while to go down to the block and get him.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
What's the prices of the request?
I believe, if I remember correctly, it was actually. Request of the people for the reason that after a consultation with the victim, people have requested evidence that are not yet been received.
Yes, so granted.
Okay, thank you.
What's this lady in the courtroom? No, yeah. She was watching.
What's your name? Felicia. I'm sorry? Felicia. Felicia or Felicia? Okay, Felicia, yeah.
Hi,
Nice to
Felicia.
meet you. I'm Heather.
You're just viewing today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finding things for me to do. so.
Oh, okay. Okay, just let me know. But you didn't, I didn't know why she's been brought in here. I'm like, said someone to defend them, like what's happening?
Okay, I got you, Mr. Swope, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Court will call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph James Swope, case number 20 F2 1411.
Ludanna for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Swope. Mr. Swope, would you please say your name for the record?
Joseph James Swope V.
Good morning, everyone. Today's day and time scheduled for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes,
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Danner, you may call your first witness.
Yes, our first witness will be Alma Blackburn.
Hello,
Good morning.
Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Gaines, was there something you wanted to indicate?
Yes, please, Your Honor. I see that both of the witnesses are present in the courtroom, virtual courtroom. Would it be possible to have the witnesses sequestered?
Thank you, Mr. Danner.
Your Honor, I wouldn't have any objection to sequestration. I don't know if we can put the other witness in a breakout room or something of that nature. The testimony will not be that long.
Thank you. I can place, what is the last name? I'm trying to separate them to Diana Madrigal.
Yes, Madrigal.
All right, Ms. Madrigal, we're gonna send you a blue box that says join. You hit that box and you'll be in a separate breakout room, or we can put her back in the waiting room. Which would you prefer? All right, we'll put you in the waiting room, but we can't bring her back. She won't know, or you can, you let it, okay. We'll put you in the waiting room until you are called. So we're just gonna put you back in the waiting room for now, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now you may proceed, Mr. Danner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Has the witness been sworn, Your Honor?
No, she has not. Now, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may lower your hand and you may proceed, Mr. Danner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Blackburn, ask you a few questions. If you can't hear me, you let me know, okay?
Sure.
All right. Ms. Blackburn, first, do you know an individual by the name of Joseph Swope?
Yes, he's my nephew.
Okay, and so would it be fair to say that you've known Joseph Swope for majority, if not his entire life?
Yes.
And on the device in which you're looking at, do you see multiple faces on the screen or just one face?
I scanned or rolled over my phone and noticed Joey Swope in one of the boxes.
All right, and could you please describe something in one of the boxes that you recall when you saw Mr. Swope?
I believe he had his hair pulled back and he has an orange suit on.
Could you please slide back through and then let us know if you see Mr. Swope? If you could slide on your phone.
One moment.
And Your Honor, I would just ask for anyone who has a mask on, if anyone who has a mask on could remove their mask for identification purposes.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has a green outfit on.
All right. And is there anything
My apologies.
behind him in the box? In the box that he's in, is there anything behind him?
A black screen.
Right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness, Ms. Blackburn, has identified the defendant, Mr. Swope.
Ms. Gaines,
No objection, Your Honor.
the record shows so reflect.
Now, I want to talk to you about August 6th of last year. So almost a year ago here, did you have an encounter with, you called him Joey Swope, with the defendant at 705 Davis?
Yes.
All right, and in that location of 705 Davis Street, that's in the city of Ypsilanti?
Yes.
And that's Washtenaw County?
Yes.
All righty. So could you please tell the court, how did your interaction start with the defendant on the August 6th of last year?
I went to visit my mom. She's 86 years old. So I visit her and check on her and see how things are going. From what I understand, Joey was going through I believe, heroin or some type of drug binge. He had been living in and out of my mom's house and having strange people knock on the door. So when I saw him in there laying on the front porch, I asked him to leave, and he didn't like it. So I don't know the specifics, but there was some type of confrontation. He didn't like what I had to say, and he grabbed, there was some back and forth talk. I don't specifically remember what it was, but then he grabbed a knife in the kitchen and went outside and stabbed the tire on my brand new Honda.
Okay, so let's kind of take that one step at a time. So the initial argument or discussion that take place on the porch of the home?
He was on the front porch laying, and the confrontation occurred in the living and dining room. My mom lives in a really tiny house.
Okay, so when you first arrived at the location of 705 Davis, you encountered the defendant on the front porch?
Yeah, laying on the floor like he was sleeping. It looked like he had a lot of bags with him.
Right, and did you guys have any conversation while out on the porch?
No.
Okay, and then, as far as, I kind of want to know if you could kind of explain to your best knowledge, how did we go from him laying on the front porch, laying down, to getting inside the home?
The door from the porch is open to the living room. It's an enclosed porch.
Okay, so you have like a screened-in porch, and then there's a door to the home?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and who entered the home first, you or the defendant?
The defendant, I believe, was there before I was for a while. Yeah, it looked like
I'm sorry, because I'm talking about inside the home. So not at the home in general, who was on the porch, but eventually you said that this altercation took place in the home. So I'm asking, who went inside the house first?
I guess I can consider it me being in the house first, but the enclosed porch is part of the house.
Okay. So when the words were exchanged, were both of you inside the living room area, or was he still on the screened-in porch when the conversation first started?
He had moved from the porch to the living and dining room when I asked him to leave.
Okay. And so you asked the defendant to leave, and then a argument ensues after you tell him to leave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. And was there anyone with you at the time in which this argument and altercation occurs between you and the defendant?
My sister Diana that lives with my mother.
Okay. And so Diana, your sister, would she be living at the 705 Davis Street address?
Yes.
Okay. So now you say that you're in the living room with your nephew, and there's words being exchanged. As the words are being exchanged, could you then start from there as to what happens?
Well, I believe he was highly on drugs. His pupils were huge. He became irritated with me. He's taller than me, so he kind of hovered over me. He never physically hit me or anything like that, but I felt like he could go either way. So he went in the kitchen, grabbed a knife, went out and stabbed at my tire.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Ms. Blackburn, you got to stop for a second.
Ms. Blackburn?
Left.
Ms. Blackburn, you need to stop for a moment, please.
Yes.
The objection is to narrative. Mr. Danner.
Your Honor, that wasn't a narrative. I asked her a very simple question of what led from the house, the argument, what happened after the argument, and she says what he did, and that wasn't a narrative. The answer wasn't even that long.
Objection is overruled.
Okay, so the defendant is hovering over you. How does it make you feel when the defendant is hovering over you during this argument?
I just, because I didn't know which direction he was going to go. If he was kind of like, you could just, I could best describe it as steam coming out of his ears. He was really irritated by me asking him to leave.
Okay. And so when he was hovering over you, did you believe that he may attack you?
He's always been a really sweet as a young kid. With drugs, you don't know what the heck anybody's going to do. So I felt a little threatened. I didn't know what he was going to do next.
Okay, so then after the defendant is hovering over you and you're arguing, what happens next?
He runs in the kitchen. He tries to talk to my sister. My sister says, "Hey, we just want your young daughter to be safe. I'm just looking after your daughter."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Ma'am, please stop. When there's objection, you have to stop making a statement and wait till the court rules on that, please. Mr.
Your
Danner.
Honor, it's not going for truth of matter asserted, but regardless of that, we are willing to just kind of forego what Diana said, that she's going to be here to testify as to what she said to the defendant.
Thank you.
All right. So without talking about what was said by your sister, the defendant goes into the kitchen and then he tries to talk to your sister, Diana. Is that right?
He talked to my sister in the dining room, with me in the dining room, before he went in the kitchen and grabbed a knife and went outside and stabbed my tire.
Okay, so after he talks to your sister, then he goes and grabs a knife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a yes? Ken?
Yes.
All right. Now, when the defendant grabs the knife, and now you're saying this was a small house, how far would the kitchen have been from where you were standing?
Three feet.
So that was 3 feet from where you were standing is where the kitchen was?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And then when he grabs the knife and he's roughly 3 feet away from you, what is going on in your mind?
Well, it all happened so fast. I just thought like this is crazy, pretty much is what went on in my mind. And then he briefly left outside of the back door and stabbed my tire and then ran down the street.
All right. And did you see him stab your tire?
No, but when I took my car to the dealership, they said it was a tire stab. And my car was fine when I got to my mom's when I left my mom's house.
All right.
10 minutes it happened.
Right. And when you're looking at your, when the defendant runs out of the home with the knife, does he run out of the home in where is your car parked outside the home of like when he goes out the door? Is your
Exactly.
car?
Mm-hmm. My truck, or it's an SUV, was parked right where the driveway is, right by the gate.
Okay. And the defendant left out the home with the knife in that direction?
Yeah, that was his only way out. My mom has fences that are locked because she lives in a bad neighborhood.
Okay, and so I want to know in regards to, do you recall the defendant making any statements when he grabbed the knife or anything of that nature?
No.
All right, and do you recall any interaction between the defendant and your sister when it came to the knife?
No.
Okay, and in relation to you, how close did the defendant get to you with a knife in hand?
About 3 or 4 feet.
So the closest he got to you was about 3 feet with the knife?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay,
He had
and
walked away from me to get to the knife.
okay, and then did he have to go past you to get outside the home?
No, there's a door that exited right where he was with the knife, where my car was parked.
All righty. And at the time in which, and when it comes to your vehicle, do you roughly know how much damage was to your vehicle?
Yeah, I had to pay $225 for a brand new tire because the way he hit it, there's no way it could be patched.
All right, and without recalling, you say you don't recall what the defendant said when he had the knife. Do you recall any of his facial expressions or his demeanor when he held the knife?
Well, his eyes were dilated because I believe it was on a heroin kick, or he seemed crazy, like steam was coming out of his ears, but I don't remember him saying anything, but acting irritated the whole entire time.
And as close as he got to you with the knife was 3 feet?
3 or 4 feet, yes.
3 or 4 feet. And do you recall any threats or anything of that made while holding the knife?
No.
Alrighty. And did he take any steps toward you or anything of that nature while holding the knife?
No.
All right. And when the knife was displayed, did you feel threatened when the knife was displayed 3 feet away from you?
My internal body was like, telling me something's not right. It was giving me warning signals.
Okay.
You know, when your blood starts pumping and you start getting a little scared. Yeah, it was crazy. I've never had that happen to me. Like I said before, he was always a really good kid growing up, but drugs got a hold of him.
So would you be describing, was your adrenaline pumping while this was going on?
Yeah, I would have to say that's probably correct.
Okay. And you were in an excited state when this happened?
Was the kind of, yeah, like my blood was pumping a little more, like, you know, like my body was warning me something's not right.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Blackburn. I appreciate you. I have no further questions. I believe Ms. Gaines will be asking you some questions.
Okay.
So Ms. Blackburn, your sister, who you say was present, what is her name? Was it Diana?
Yeah, Diana Madrigal.
Is Miss Diana Madrigal Mr. Swope's mom?
No, Diana Madrigal is Joey's aunt. My sister Virginia is Joey's mom.
And just to make sure I understand, you stated that when you arrived, you saw Mr. Swope on the porch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would that be a front porch or a back porch?
Front porch.
So when you're describing the incident that occurred to, as you were describing the incident that occurred to Mr. Danners, were the parties moving from the front of the house towards the back of the house?
If I have to answer yes or no, it would be a no. I was in the middle of the house.
Okay.
The kitchen's on one side and the front porch is in the front.
Now, when you stated that Mr. Swope exited away from you, was he going out the back of the house or the front of the house?
The back of the house, away from the porch.
Could you see your vehicle from where you were in the dining room?
Yeah, the back door in the kitchen has a window, so I can see my car.
Did you see, well, let me rephrase that. My understanding is that you just stated that you didn't see Mr. Swope cut the tire. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you believe he did?
Yes.
Okay, but you did not see him do it?
No. I have to be honest, I didn't see him. It just all happened so fast, but it was stabbed with a kitchen knife is what the dealership said.
At any time, do you recall Mr. Swope lunging at you with the knife?
No.
Were you able to see Mr. Swope and Miss Madrigal's interaction while he was in the home?
Yes.
Did you ever observe Mr. Swope lunge at Miss Madrigal with the knife?
No.
These are all the questions that I have for you at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Danner, any further redirect based on those questions?
No, Your Honor. You just asked that the witness be excused.
Thank you. Witness may be excused. You're all set, Ms. Alma. Thank you.
You want me to be
testifying today. We appreciate
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, we can bring Ms. Madrigal back in. Hello again, Ms. Madrigal. It is your turn. You are now on the witness stand. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Danner.
Ms. Madrigal, do you know an individual by the name of Joseph Swoop?
Yes, that is my nephew.
Alrighty, and on the device in which you are looking at and proceeding in this hearing, do you have multiple boxes or just one box up?
There are multiple boxes at the top.
Okay, and at the top, are you able to see, or can you see the defendant in one of those boxes?
Yes, yes, sir.
Could you please describe something that he is wearing and something in the background of the box?
There is a black rectangular television behind him, and it appears that he is wearing a dark blue shirt.
Okay, and is he the Caucasian individual? Is he a Caucasian individual?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Swope?
Any objection? Ms. Gaines?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
Okay, so Ms. Madrigal, I want to talk to you about August 6th of last year, roughly almost a year ago today. Did you have a interaction with the defendant, Mr. Swope, that involved you, your sister, and the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
And did that take place at 705 Davis Street?
Yes, it did. That's
Is that in Ypsilanti?
Ypsilanti,
And that's
Michigan.
Washtenaw County?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you live at that address?
I do.
All right, and who all at the time in which this happened, who all lived at that address?
Well, it's my mother's house. Her name is Sonia Madrigal, and I'm a resident, and that was it. Joey was a part-time resident over the last couple of years. He has there's some clothes and just personal items, sports memorabilia and stuff like that he keeps in her basement.
Okay, and so I want to talk about the interaction you had with the defendant and your sister. Do you recall that interaction?
Yes, I do.
All right, so to your knowledge, could you explain to the court how the interaction initially started from your perspective?
Yes, she asked him to leave my mother's residence. She was
Okay,
asking.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. I hate to cut you off, but when you say she, do you mean Alma Blackburn?
Alma Blackburn, my sister, was asking him to leave 705 Davis Street, which is Sonia's house. And an altercation happened. He aggressively disagreed, and a disagreement broke out. And he wasn't really quite himself. There was an influence of something. It wasn't the nephew that I know and care for very much. So there was a physical struggle, And when I heard her
I'm sorry.
say,
You say physical struggle. Are you saying that individuals were made physical contact with one another?
well, he was just puffing out his chest at both of us.
Oh, okay.
Before it escalated, and he went to the kitchen and grabbed a steak knife. And that's when I became more alarmed, and I called the police to say, please help us. At that point, we didn't know what else to do but to ask for police assistance at that point.
Okay, and what caused you to be alarmed by the defendant grabbing a knife?
We didn't know what he was going to do with it.
Okay, and
we felt fear.
I'm sorry, you felt fear?
We both felt fear because we didn't know what was going to happen.
Objection, Your Honor. I'd ask that the witness, Ms. Madrigal, testify as to herself. Ms. Blackburn has given her own testimony.
Mr. Danner?
Your Honor, I'm fine with limited to as far as what a person felt, unless I can develop that question more to make it a rational based perception. At this point, I don't believe that there is a avenue for that testimony to be allowed in.
Thank you. So Ms. Madrigal, please just testify at this point as to how you may have responded, not as to how anyone else did.
So you were stating that, were you afraid at the time in which the defendant grabs a knife?
Yes, I was afraid because it was after he had approached me physically, towering over me. He's taller than I am. And that's when I put my hands out and I said, we're just trying to keep the baby safe. He had, at that point, she is a 3-year-old. She's soon to be 4, daughter that I've helped take care of, beautiful daughter. And it seemed to register, but that's when he turned around and went to the kitchen and got the knife. So after that, that's when I called for police for help.
All righty. And now I'm assuming that, and you let me know if I'm wrong, your sister was in the vicinity where this was happening as well?
Yes, she was in the dining room.
Okay. And were you in the dining room also, or were you in a different area of the house?
I was also between my bedroom and the dining room when I heard the commotion, and that's what caused me to walk out to the dining room and see what was happening.
Okay. And so I want to talk about, did you see when the defendant is towering over you and towering over your sister and puffing his chest out, did you see your sister react in any way?
Defensive stance, probably a defensive stance like this.
All right, so may the record reflect that the witness is putting her hands up above her face and body with her palms facing outward?
The record should show reflect.
That's correct.
And so was her physical reaction, the way you described it, kind of the same as your physical reaction as to put your hands out for space when the defendant was towering over you?
Yes, and I want to make it clear that it was a defensive stance before there was a knife involved. That was later, and that's when there was confusion in the kitchen. He didn't know what to do, and then he left.
Okay.
He left the house.
So
and the incident was over.
All right, so I want to talk about what occurs in the kitchen. So after you put your hands up and try to reason with the defendant, then he goes into the kitchen and you said grab a steak knife?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the point when the defendant grabs the steak knife, just roughly, if you can estimate, how far was he away from you?
Oh, from the kitchen to where I was standing, was more than, it was probably about 10 feet.
Okay. And so there's 10 feet of space between you and the defendant when he gets the knife.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is that a
And
yes,
does-
ma'am?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
All right. And does the defendant ever close that 10-foot gap between you and him?
No, he left the house.
Okay. Now, did the defendant do anything with the knife did the defendant ever threaten you with a knife?
No, not directly. He held it. I was in the dining room, and then I heard my sister say, "He's got a knife," in a very alarmed way, and that's when it became very serious. But he left shortly after that, and by the time the officers arrived, he was gone with the knife.
Okay. Now,
The
I just
knife
want
was
to talk.
no longer at the house.
Yeah, I want to talk specifically about the knife and what the defendant did or did not do with that knife. Now, did the defendant threaten you with the knife or point the knife in your direction?
He did not.
Okay. Did the defendant make any aggressive movements towards you while holding that knife?
No, I was not in his line of view. I was just around the corner, 10 feet in the dining room, and the interaction was with him and my sister.
Okay. So is it fair to say that if I'm looking at 10 feet away, he's not in your line of view? So is it fair to say that
He
if the
never raised
defendant,
it? No, that he never raised it. He just grabbed it and just stood for a few minutes, and then he ran. He ran away from the house, and we haven't had any interaction since.
okay, so when he had the knife, was the knife at his side, in his hand at his side?
In his hand.
Okay, and was it down or was it up?
It was up.
Okay,
Just how you would hold it, like this.
okay, just kind of holding it outward, but never pointed in your direction.
Not at me specifically.
Okay, did you see the defendant ever turn that knife from the upright position to the pointing position in anybody's direction?
I was not in the line of view to see that, no.
Okay, and so where you were at, not in the line of view, is it fair to say this, that if the defendant swung that knife, he could have never touched you with that knife if he would have even swung it?
I was about 10 feet away. It would not have reached me.
Okay. So at the time in which I understand what you hear your sisters say, but at the time in which that knife is being held 10 feet away from you, not being pointed, and there's no threats being made, did you feel in fear that the defendant would use that knife on you?
Yes, I did, absolutely. Based on the prior interactions, it's just evidence that builds up over and over. And he was
Okay.
very angry, and he wasn't really himself. There was an influence of something. And so, yes, of course, there's fear.
Okay. But at the time it was happened, so I get this clear, you were afraid that he may use the knife. Did the defendant make any statements to you that he would use that knife?
There were no verbal statements. It was a physical run to the kitchen, opening the drawer, grabbing it, holding it, and then he ran from the house.
Okay. And did the defendant threaten you in any manner? Like, did he threaten your
Prior
physical
to that, there was a physical confrontation where he walked up to me and I looked up at him, and he approached me in a very menacing manner that caused me enough to go like this and say, "We're trying to keep the house safe for the baby."
Okay, I guess.
for his daughter and for the rest of us.
Okay, ma'am, so, but to my question specifically, did he ever say anything that
No,
you
there
would
was
consider
no
threat?
verbal threat.
No verbal threats, just getting in your face and puffing his chest out aggressively at you?
And then going in the kitchen and grabbing the knife.
And
which
at that time,
caused the phone call to the
and at that time, he's 10 feet away from you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have no further
Yeah.
questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now, at this time, Ms. Gaines, who is the defense attorney, may have some questions for you, ma'am. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have, I think, one question. I may have a follow-up after this one. But at one point, you stated that, well, let me make sure I have this straight. That Mr. Swope was in the kitchen and you heard your sister say something about a knife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you see the knife at that time?
No, I didn't see it. I was in the dining room and between the bedroom and the dining room, I heard her say it. And that's when I grabbed my phone to go call for assistance.
And would I be correct in saying that it was shortly thereafter that Mr. Swope left the home?
Less than a minute, less than 2 minutes tops.
Less than 2 minutes and he was gone.
Yeah, once
Is that a yes?
we both, yes, that's correct, because once it was serious enough that both of us had to call for help, that's when I think he realized, even under whatever condition that was, that he needed to go. And so he left.
Those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Danner, follow up based on that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this is all clear. Did you actually ever see the defendant with a knife in his hand?
I did not see the defendant with the knife in his hand. I heard my sister shout that he grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer. And it wasn't until the next day that she called me and said she had a flat tire.
Yeah,
so she took it to Honda Fisher, and the tire was stabbed with a knife.
Ma'am,
so he left.
Ma'am, I need you to only answer what the question being asked to you. So just to the singular question of mine, did you personally ever see the defendant with a knife in his hand?
I did not see it. I heard my sister shout he had one.
Okay, so you have no reference beyond what somebody else says that the defendant ever held a knife?
Other than the knife missing from the drawer and a flat tire.
Okay, but the only thing that you could personally say is that there was a knife missing from the kitchen drawer. Is that fair?
That's correct. Absolutely. I was going on based on what she saw, and under her distress, it was serious. It was real. And so I helped, or I tried to help.
Thank you very much for your time and your testimony, ma'am. It's been a great help. The people have no further questions. Oh, you're welcome, ma'am. The people have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor, and we do not have any further witnesses.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Madrigal, for coming to testify today and for clarifying some very serious questions about this particular case. We appreciate your testimony, and you're all set for the day. Okay, ma'am?
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too as well.
All right, Ms. Gaines, do you have any witnesses?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Danner?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I cannot, based on what the court just heard, I could never make a ethical argument for a bind over as to Ms. Marigold. Ms. Marigold in regards to that.
Madrigal?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Madrigal, in regards to that, as she was never actually in the line of sight of a knife and cannot actually place the knife in the defendant's hands. So we would not be requesting a bind over on that count. However, we would be requesting on count 2 for Alma Blackburn in regards to looking at it in its entirety, that she was in fear that the defendant was on something. He was acting erratically, as you stated. He was being aggressive toward Alma, as I believe both witnesses have testified that he was being aggressive, towering over them, and putting them both in a state of fear. After placing the individuals in a state of fear, then the defendant grabs a knife and holds said knife. At that point in time, Ms. Blackburn had testified that her adrenaline was pumping. Everything in her body just seemed like something was not right and that something was going to go wrong, and that she was in fear that this individual was going to do something with that knife, mainly based on the way that he was acting prior to grabbing the knife, as that is when the confrontation ensued. And then during said confrontation, he grabs that knife, and doing so being 3 feet away from where Ms. Blackburn was, even though he was substantially further away from Ms. Madrigal, that Ms. Blackburn was in a state of fear at that point in time, and holding a knife in your hands during an argument or after you've already basically physically walked up on an individual to intimidate them, that a reasonable person would be in fear that you're going to use that knife. 3 feet away, you are in a proximity where you could actually use that knife. And in this matter, I believe that is shown what the defendant's intent was by the initial reaction, and then grabbing that knife after that did not stop their attempts to get him to leave the home.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court find that the prosecutor has not met the burden of probable cause that a crime was committed. In terms of Ms. Blackburn's testimony, although she indicated that at the very beginning of the incident, when Mr. Swope and she were in the dining room, that she could tell that Mr. Swope was irritated, and that at that particular time she felt, and this is a quote, felt a little threatened because she didn't know what he was going to do. She does go on to say later that when he grabbed the knife, that he was 3 feet from her, that he, 3 to 4 feet from her with the knife, that he did not lunge at her, that he did not make any threats towards her, that he in fact walked away from her, didn't even go past her. So with that, I would ask that the court find that the burden has not been met and dismiss the matter.
Any response, Mr. Danner?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court has heard testimony both from Ms. Blackburn as well as Ms. Madrigal regarding this matter. I believe that the prosecutor is absolutely correct with respect to Ms. Madrigal, that there would not be an opportunity for a bind over on this particular matter, as she was not in the line of a potential threat or line of harm, given that he did run out the back door. As to Ms. Blackburn, I believe that her testimony was more in line with what the defense has indicated today, that she was threatened initially after asking him to leave the home, and that he did become aggressive. However, after he went into the kitchen area and he grabbed the kitchen knife, everything happened really fast. She was 3 to 4 feet away from him, And when questioned about whether or not he lunged at her, she indicated that he did not lunge at her and that everything happened really fast and it did not, she was not feeling threatened. At that particular point in time, he ran out the back door. And it was later that she discovered that he had actually damaged her tire. So based on that, I do not find that the prosecutor has met their burden of proof with respect to the actual allegations of assault with a dangerous weapon. The prosecution has the burden of showing by a probable cause standard that, first of all, the defendant attempted to commit a battery on or did an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend immediate battery, based on the fact that they were 3 to 4 feet away, and on the fact that he actually ran out the back door very quickly, that he did not at that particular time, and she did not feel any apprehension at that time, that he did not commit the battery. Second, that the defendant intended to either injure or to make the person fear an immediate battery. And third, that the defendant had the ability to commit the battery. And the fourth, that the defendant committed the assault with a dangerous weapon. It is clear that this is a dangerous weapon. It is also clear that the defendant had the ability to do so. And the question becomes whether he had any intention. However, based on the testimony of the witness that she was not in fear at that time, the court does not find that there is probable cause to bind this matter over.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that concludes my business for today. The court have a great day. You all enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. You too, Mr. Guy.
And Diana, thank you for coming. You can sign off now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good rest of the day. You too, Mr. Swope.
Thank you.
Can I talk to you real quick in the breakout room?
I'll come see you, Mr. Swope. I have to come over to the jail.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You guys have a blessed day. Thank you, Ms. White, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
Ready for Mr. Curtis by chance?
Hold on one second, please. All right, no, we are not ready for him just yet. 1 second, please.
Okay, well, we're just standing by, Your Honor, no problem.
Mr. Brown, Is Mr. Brown in the here? Mr. Brown, we are ready to proceed on the Scott matters.
All
And-
right, I'll put it in.
All right, you're coming in. All right, thank you. All right, we're back on the record in the matters of Stephon Sinclair, myself, Scott. We did have a bench conference referencing some matters that relate to contact by third parties, not the defendant, and that those matters will not be addressed on the record today. It's my understanding that the prosecution is able, oh, he's not even present. No. I'm sorry? Why are they taking on? Well, why? All right, I'm gonna start over, back on the record in the people of the state of Michigan versus Stephon Sinclair, Marcel Scott. The council and the court has had a bench conference regarding this matter and contacts which were made by third parties. In this case, the court will not be addressing that on the record as it is not relevant to the actual proceedings as to Mr. Scott's behavior anyway. And so therefore we will be proceeding with the actual testimony. Ms. Tanha? Just if you could briefly make a record as to why you're only calling deputy.
Yes, Your Honor. Last time we were here, Your Honor allowed us the option of proceeding with officer's testimony as to the victim's statement that was under MCL 768.7C as well as people be only. At that point, counsel elected to adjourn the matter, hoping that the victim would appear. She is not here today. I informed counsel and Your Honor as to third-party involvement that may be the basis for that, but as the court has correctly stated, I at this point don't have anything time that Mr. Scott directly that it was on his direction. With that, we do have an intention of proceeding with the officers in charge and getting different statements and under that as well.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Raise your right hand. Your testimony in the court, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And then please be seated. I need you to state and spell your full name.
Van Dusen, AEVINVANDUSSEN.
And I'm sorry, I pronounced it.
Almost done.
Deputy Van Dusen, could you stay for the court report, please?
The Washington County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position?
Road patrol deputy.
And were you working on July 8th, 2021?
I was.
And on that date, were you made aware of a domestic situation?
I was.
Tell us what that all was.
It's on our turn to be a rolling domestic, which is a domestic situation that is moving. So I was made aware of the juvenile had called saying that her mom was being assaulted by her. Well,
Deputy Van Dusen, we need you to speak up louder. The system is not picking you up, please.
you want me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
Okay. On that day, we received reports from a juvenile that she was in a vehicle and her mom was being assaulted by her boyfriend.
And did you make your way out to that scene?
I did.
And where was that you looked at? Where was it?
The scene ended up at an address in Superior Township.
Was your understanding that part of that's all that taking place in Pittsburgh Township?
Yes.
Is that why you visited?
Yeah.
What did you observe when you arrived?
I observed a vehicle parked on the side of the road with a female, they were identified as what's your last name? And two juvenile.
Under 18 or
Maybe under.
and did you end up making contact with Ms. Ostrowski?
I did.
Describe what her behavior was.
She was crying, seemed distraught.
Other than Ostrowski and the children, was there anyone else there?
Mr. Scott was already in a patrol vehicle from the Superior Township that's the responded first.
I think that by support, you spoke with Ms. Ostrowski, what happened?
I did.
What you thought about what happened?
That Mr. Scott had picked her up from work, and he was going to try to back to the residence in the Timberland trailer park. When they got to the trailer park, they ended up driving past it, and he informed her that she was not going home tonight. They then began to drive around the streets and throughout the township, planning and Superior. While they were driving around, he reached over and grabbed her around her neck with one hand and began to strangle her. He did this at least 4 times. While he was strangling her, she struggled to breathe. And she, while speaking with her, she complained of pain in her neck. Eventually, she began hitting him, trying to get him to stop. In response to this, he began punching her in her head multiple times. Eventually, they made their way to the location where the Superior Township deputies located from.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Ostrowski?
There was slight bruising on her neck, and it was red.
Did you have taken a picture of her?
Believe I did, yes.
May I ask you what Mr. Smith told you for number 1?
Has it been shared with council?
It hasn't started process with the corporation. I will show.
Thank you. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Just handed you what's been marked as was the number 1 search or the recommendation. That's for an application.
Yes.
We're not moving.
Any objection?
No objections.
It is admitted.
And sorry, Deputy Wright, as after this, but was there any conversation about the relationship between the Ostrowski and yourself?
She did advise that they were in a dating relationship.
speaking to Strasky, was he at one point also on the phone?
Don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection to reference the report?
Yes, it would.
Objection. So, looking at page 6 out of 9.
Is there an objection? All right, thank you. You want him to look at his report to refresh his recollection, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Page 6 out of 9.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I could not make out what you said.
Oh, if she was on the phone when you speak.
Thank you.
And if you know who it is.
Objection. She was saying it in here, so I'm going to say that that's not
Ms. Tenha?
It's not up to you, it's the matter, it's, part of the investigation, it may be relevant, they have, at this point, it's not so.
So what purpose is it being used for?
I believe, there's also further evidence that was then, located by the person she's on the phone with. I can ask some more questions, John.
All right, thank you.
When you speak to Mrs. Gusty, did she at some point mention her purse?
Yes.
What did she say about her purse?
Mr. Scott thrown it out the window while they're driving.
And that was that your understanding during all of this, there's assault and practice and all?
That's what I understood.
Did you speak with the person that was on the phone directly?
Her mother did show up.
Okay.
She did advise that she was on the phone.
objection to it.
So did Mrs. Strasky's mom, I can ask them about the Mrs. Strasky's mother, you said she appeared at the scene?
Repeat that, sir.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Strasky's mom, what's her name? first of all? You know her name? Please. On page 6 out of 9.
Ms. Tenha, could you take that microphone and move it down some so that maybe we
Is
can
that
pick
better?
it? I believe that is better.
Did that help to refresh your recollection as to the name?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and what's her name?
Miss Lula?
And you said she arrived at the scene where you were?
Yes, she did.
Was she carrying anything with her?
She had the purse with us.
Mrs. Strasky's purse?
Correct.
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Ms. Tenha?
Yeah, there was testimony that there was a purse thrown out during the assault. That is corroborating evidence of the person.
Because
All right, the objection is to lack of foundation as to what purse it was. I believe that after he said there was a purse, then the assumption was made that it was Mrs. Strasky's purse. You have to establish that it was her purse.
If I may continue.
Yes, you may.
So she was carrying a purse.
She did it.
At any point, did you take the purse, see the purse? What happened with the purse once they were at the scene? That's right, I'll move on. You said that Mr. Scott was already in the patrol vehicle. When you arrived. Did you see him in this?
I did, yeah.
And you see him in the courtroom today? Please point him out, describe an item of clothing.
Over there. the picture.
Runner, in order to reflect that the witness is identified by the defendant.
Any objection? The record shall so reflect.
Thank you. Let me put it at this point, Brian.
Mr. Brown, your witness.
What time of day
It was early in the morning.
were you still able to see him? Report based on these events.
That's correct.
And we talked about how she we talked about what you are.
Yes.
And in that, well, you said you didn't see any scratch marks.
I could refresh my report or like my report refresh on.
You have your report, on the first page 5 of that. So what I'll ask you to do is that last paragraph sign this up. Once you finish. the sentence on it. Fine, so. You had a chance to look at it, correct? Correct. So you didn't see the scratch marks, is that? That's correct. Didn't see any TPA, is that? That's correct. Now, the other point, TPA is, bloodshot eyes, is that correct?
Yes.
That's where the vessels and the eyes that burst, right?
Yes.
That's what you look for when someone has been strained.
Yeah.
Because the process is that you're cutting off of the hair, causes blood vessels in the eyes to burst. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at the time you did not know systems were strained. So also noted that she was so, now, straight, consistent, straight. Bounce forward.
I'm sorry, did we get the date?
This 7/8 of July.
I'm sure you showed is that, this talk going on. And he's actually operating this vehicle, as you understand, right? Yeah. That's a straight. I know you want to. Look at that. Wow. Trust in terms of who initiated what. She tell you who started the,
Heather. Vice versa.
I'm sorry.
In fact, you're-
Can you let them know? I need the vice versa. Or tell Kalina.
Say yes, she did tell you who started.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part of what you said.
Is that yes, she did tell you who started.
We start the assault.
Yes, she did tell you.
Yeah.
So when Mr. Children with him.
No, we have to.
Okay, sure, that helps.
Deputy Van Duzen, just please remember to speak closer to the microphone and speak up.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
So for the children with him.
I'm not sure.
So, first story is that while they're driving, suddenly assault. We told why. Information as to what caused them to do anything. Were you told of any argument? So the story you got was that those pick her up from, don't know where the position was at. Or the car. Suddenly. Grabs it by the neck. What's the story do with each other? Supposedly driving her home, is that right?
to.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. You're stating that I should have been taking them to his home, right? Is that what she told you the initial plan was? The initial plan was to take her to his home.
And we had this in Timberland's trailer.
But at some point, she said, you're not going home.
Right.
Who's home? Did you understand? She. Hers. Or his? Not sure. But you testified that you felt you had coherent for it. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any follow-up based on those questions, Ms. Tanha? I'm sorry?
If I may have a brief moment.
All right, thank you. Yes, you may.
Just so we're clear on the plan and events. Mrs. Drusky mentioned that she was being picked up by Mr. Scott at her work, correct?
Correct.
And they were going to his residence. And then he drove past that.
Section B, previously testified to the prosecution.
I can rephrase. It's not a problem. So as they were driving, did they end up stopping and going into that Timberland? I'm sorry?
They passed it.
And Mrs. Drusky told you that they kept driving them?
Correct.
And was it at that point that Mr. Scott told her she's not going home?
Objection reading at this point, she did not hold any question. So that the officer can so the officer can actually testify to this, not the prosecutor.
This part was already testified to. I'm asking the timeline. If it was after he had passed the residence that he made that statement.
What she's doing is making a series of statements, asking to say yes or no. That is by definition leading examination. This is her witness. Rehabilitation, but she still does not need to be the witness.
Ms. Tanha, please don't ask leading questions.
Was it before or after he went past his home that he told her that she's not coming? And Deputy, is it your training and or experience that every single case of strangulation ends up with the TPI? Is your training and experience that somebody may have had their airways impeded without developing TPI?
Yeah.
Anything further based on those questions?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down, Deputy Van Dusen. Any further witnesses on this particular case?
May have a potential witness. I was not aware that she was in the courtroom. There wasn't a motion for sequestration on either side. As I said, I thought she was still sitting outside. It's Ms. Pamela Lula, who's the victim's mother. Would the court allow her to testify?
As to
essentially her involvement from when she was made aware of the situation. Maybe some excited utterance statements, and then she may have been involved with the treatment first.
thank you. Mr. Brown, response.
Your Honor, I did not make a motion.
Can you stand up, Mr. Brown? And also, we can't hear you.
First, on the issue of small change, I did not. So let me start by saying I would ask that prosecution side. It's going to testify. Prosecution's option. Yeah, that's their option.
Thank you. My concern is that there was some issues brought up with respect to the purse today that were already sort of testified to. Can counsel approach? Yeah, so that's my first concern. And secondly, I don't think the testimony is necessary. So that's the next concern. And third, we have a limited time because I have a doctor's appointment to see about my knee at 1:50. So that's where we are. Okay, thank you. Yes, you may. All right, we're not gonna have that particular testimony today. All right, and that's asked to have the cases correct. That's to case number 21 FB 1617. Nope, I was saying that was that particular case. Now I'm calling the next case. All right, now as to 21 FB 1683. All right, yeah, I did. I was gonna take testimony on both first, or do you just want to do it one at a time? I'm sorry. All right, thank you. All right, then go ahead as to that case, the 1617 find over. Do you have any witnesses, Mr. Brown?
No.
All right. Ms. Stanhope? You need to speak up. Apparently, we're not picking up at all.
And hopefully I got it right. So I am wishing to find over on the case of this part.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
No, I would object to my understanding that this really is not true. I understand that this proceeding here no longer has the constitutional protection. Respect to right in front of it. But there are standards. People versus only does set standard. The standard has to be that what the police officer sees and observes, there has to be some here of reliability. That's the only standard we have left here. And we talk about essentially a law of use. The person testifying not events that occurred. So one of the things that we look for is logical, just about the events that occurred. The problem with that, of course, is that the witness who testified can order things that makes as much logical sense as they can when we talk about what happened. You don't get to see the complaining witness. So what we got is once the deputy was asked questions that would have been sort of logical for the witness themselves to know how to respond to that gaps. Consistency, lack of injuries that the witness or the deputy to testify that would have given him this reliability to what it is that he was told that occurred. We got gaps in the story. We should we know if the kids were there in the car or were they already at the workplace? The kinds of things that you would know naturally at the witness testify. You don't know these things, and the kind of things that you should know. How this altercation started. Why a person driving, I went to pick up someone from the kids in the car, would suddenly grab someone by the neck. See, if we had the actual witness there, we could look and see if it's a credible recitation of events. If a witness told us a story and had no explanation for why someone would suddenly step back by the neck and suddenly be able to do all of this while still driving the vehicle, we really have a sense of what occurred. So what we're left with is a person with third party evidence. But we don't have any reliability because we don't have the ability to make sense of these. So we're left with these different parts that may make out the prosecution's case, but it completely removes the court as someone who looks to see if there's credibility. Who would look at this moment and say, okay, this witness is credible. There may be problems with this story. It might be emotional. It might be upset. It's totally stripped of it. So we're left with this reliability. Is there enough consistency about the logical sense of the story we're being told? The court can feel confident that everything I heard makes sense and it's logical, makes sense to mind and so because they might have heard. We don't have that. I suggest that as the rules of the law ask for this something so that we can believe the third party that said these are the events that occur. Sometimes we can hold on to that jump to say, yeah, okay, this is probably that. Not certain, because it's a minimum probable cause, but this is probably that. Strip it out of it, be able to look at the witness and decide these things. This basically is just exercise now, thanks to me personally. What to go and be able to decide the truth. My client's ability to be able to confront the witness is all. So all of that is that skin. Huge extent, given that there's just so much missing here. Can it be not? Or can it just be someone who's you made that point? They have it's the way my client so I would say that if the court follows the one standard we have and is here the liability. What we have here is just it's too inconsistent. Just holds, especially with the lack of the court actions to see the picture. And I don't think that picture is not convincing of someone being grabbed by the neck 4 or 5 times, punched in the face. Who knows how many times? That picture doesn't. So I'd ask the court not to bind over based on very standards.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Tanner? Thank you. The court has heard the testimony from the officer. I agree with the defense that, we don't have the same constitutional rights in place anymore that used to be in place. However, the statements provided by the officer did indicate that there was a incident in which there was a strangulation on multiple occasions by Mr. Scott, that during that confrontation in the car, that there was actual punching of her in the face. There was testimony about her struggle and about the actual purse being lost. At this point in time, the court has before it the basic testimony of the standard that the prosecutor must meet, which is a probable cause standard. And I'm not able to judge credibility And I believe that the other matters in terms of the reliability is something that's going to have to be addressed at the circuit court level. The court will bind this matter over. I'll do the actual information and all of that at the same time with the other case. I want to handle the matter that's in the jail so I can get the jail resolved before I call the next case. So is there a plea in the Curtis matter?
There is, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I'm sorry, that's my understanding of that.
Ms. Anderson's not connected to audio. Is she? Ms. Anderson, are you connected?
I'm here.
All right, thank you. Is there a plea in this matter, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor, there will be a plea to count 2. The prosecutor's agreeing to dismiss count
Right,
1.
haven't called it yet, so I just want to know if there's a plea first.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank
We're all in
you.
a rush to go home.
Yes, I understand. People of the State of Michigan versus Cameron Curtis, case number 21 F20633.
First Assistant Public Defender Queen Anderson with and on behalf of Mr. Curtis, who's present. Mr. Curtis, please state your name.
Present, Cameron Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. All right, we have a plea. Now you can tell me what the plea is, please.
Your Honor, my client will be entering a plea of guilty to count 2, the malicious destruction of personal property, the 1-year misdemeanor. In exchange for that, in addition to that, he will be pleading to count 1, domestic violence, in case number 2120628. That case in the 14-2 court is scheduled for pretrial on Thursday, so he will enter the plea there before Judge Tabby. Once that plea is entered, the prosecutor has agreed to dismiss count 1 in this case and count 2 in the 2120628 matter. There's also an agreement to pay restitution to be determined by probation. There's no further sentencing agreement. However, we did discuss the fact that Mr. Curtis is 21 years old and would seek HIDA once he gets to the district court.
And Your Honor, if I may add just a couple of things for clarification, because of his age, of course, I would have no input on the HIDA. As far as the restitution, I just want to make sure that for the record, it's clear that it would be restitution on all counts.
And I couldn't hear Ms. Tanner. I could hear the part about restitution being on all counts, including the dismissed counts, and that is our understanding.
And the only other part that she said was that she has no input on the HIDA.
Right.
Okay. Give me the case number that is in front of Judge Tabby, please.
2120628.
And I'm sorry, if I may add, if there isn't already, we would refer to the no contact number to all of that under probation.
All right, what she said was she's requesting that there's a no contact and a no go-to with the complaining witness in this case.
And I do believe that there was already a no contact order in place, Your Honor. If there's not, we have no objection to no contact and no go-to.
There is a no contact and a no go-to to the address on the LaForge Road. All right, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anderson, I had looked through this file and I had not seen an advice of rights. Did you go over the advice of rights with your client, or was the jail notified to get him that document to sign and provide to the court?
Yes, Your Honor, we discussed his rights. I did email a copy over to the jail, but I had not received a response.
Thank you so much. All right, sir, I'm gonna go over your rights with you that you're gonna be giving up today. You have the right to have a trial in this case. You have the right to have an attorney. Your attorney will stay with you through the sentencing phase. In addition to that, you have the right to call witnesses, and you can get an order from this court to require that they come to court. You also have the right to question, hear, see, and question all witnesses against you. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You also have the right to testify, or you could choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, no one could come in against the prosecutor, could not comment on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'd be giving up all those rights if you enter into this plea today. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no automatic right to appeal this matter. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to that, if you are on probation or parole, this could be considered a violation. You understand? All right. And are there any immigration consequences that we need to be concerned about?
No.
All right. Having said all that, sir, has anyone promised you anything other than what's been placed on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any threats or anyone force you to make these pleas today?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Has there been any threat or anyone forced you to make a plea? All right, thank you. As to the charge of malicious destruction of a building, count 2, how do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
All right. On the date of June 7th of 2021, were you in the vicinity of 1431 LaForge Road, apartment 304?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, did you maliciously destroy or injure a building?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I ripped the door handle off the inside of the door, attempting to leave.
All right. I find that there's a factual basis for the plea, Ms. Tanhouse. Ms. Anderson.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I find that there's a factual basis and that has been knowingly and willingly made. Sentencing in this matter will be on. Two. August 30th, 2021 at 11 a.m. in front of Judge Tabby. And so we're not dismissing the counts today. Are you going to dismiss those at a later date, Ms. Tanha?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll file a knowledge report once with a plea and break.
Thank you. All right, bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
You're all set, Mr. Curtis. Make sure that you get in touch with your attorney before Thursday, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll
Thank
send
you.
the information over so we're all on the same page.
I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome.
Have a great day.
You too. Have a good day, Your Honor. Thank you.
You too. All right. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, court will recall the case of Stephon Sinclair Marcel Scott, 21 FB 1683. Jackson.
Upon reviewing this case, and speaking to the officer in charge on it, I don't believe we're necessarily where we need to be on it. So as long, if it's not going to have an effect on the bond set, then That's why we would leave it. Once we know that if it were to be dismissed, that it would go through that.
Thank you. It will, of course, affect the bond set in this particular case if it's dismissed, but not the other case.
I believe the other, is no bond or the other.
Hold on one second. It's a $50,000 cash or surety bond. And this, in the 21 FB 1683, which is the case I just called, that bond is, looks like it's currently set at 1,000, unless something changed. Yes, it's still set at $1,000. Is there a motion with respect to the 1683 case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, answer that case, it will be dismissed without prejudice, meaning that if the prosecutor is able to proceed at a later date, then this matter could be reauthorized. Do you understand that, Mr. Scott? All right. All right, recalling the case of 21 FB 1617. The court would ask the defense if they have received the information in this matter. Thank you. As to the bind over in that case, he has been bound over as to count 1, which is assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, which is a 10-year felony and or $5,000 plus court costs. Count 2 will tag along with that case, and it's a third offense notice.
Sorry, and I can't add, I believe count is like third one.
I'm sorry.
And I believe count 2 is the domestic violence third one.
That's what I just said.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Well, I guess the issue is as to the third offense. We did not hear testimony as to the prior assaults.
Your Honor, I believe those were within our county, but I could pull it up, and if so, I would ask for the judicial notice.
What's the court date, please?
One of them was on November 21st, 2011.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry, one of the domestic violence, prior domestic violence convictions was on November 21st, 2011, 14A1 District Court.
Thank you.
Second one is November 15, 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Then, assuming that enrollment is every possible criteria. Anyway, the prosecution have these convictions as evidence, something that is a challenge. That of course assumes that Owens code of law.
Thank you. Ms. Tanha?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's objecting that you have not filed the proper documentation as to those particular prior convictions.
Your Honor, we frequently had courts take judicial notice of prior domestic convictions when they occur within the court's jurisdiction. So that's what we would ask today. If the court were inclined to rule differently, we would ask for time to provide that.
All right, and you're indicating that one was in 1482 and one was in which court?
I believe it was 1481.
All right, thank you. The court will take judicial notice. Defendant found over on both counts 1 and 2. As to the counts, do you acknowledge receipt of the information, Mr. Brown?
Yes. It's written on the record.
Thank you. I will enter a not guilty plea. As to both counts. And you waive formal reading of the information?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Then this matter will be set for a pretrial. And that will be on August 17th, 2021 at 1:30. And that's in front of Judge Hunky. Yes, please. White out. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you very much. Anything further? Okay. I think I should go for it. I don't know. What do I do when I'm late for my appointment? Oh, yes, that goes into the Scott. matter.
Before we-